Alrighty, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Welcome to another London session live stream, and we are in October now. So the first week of October and the first trading day of October is here before us, and let's see how GJ is moving here. So I have drawn out this potential range on GJ, and we are assuming that this may be the second touch above here, right? And why is that? Well, if you continue on the higher time frames, you can see that, especially on the 1 hour, you can see the 2 hours a little below, but the 1 hour time frame looks pretty intact. I mean, the hour now completely pushed up without a wick right to the downside, and so we're using the 1 hour EMA as the bottom of that range. Is up 30 pips without coming down for a wick. Now we could look for some sell stops here once we pushes up here. There was a non-wick candle right here at 182.570, and so it has pushed past that as well, or nearly. And so we're looking for a push above this zone here. So this is what I'm looking for, a push above this zone, so I can go ahead. I mean, it has broken above this high previously, but I'm looking for a push above here. So we can look for GJ sell stops at this zone. Let me just increase the text here. So looking for sell stops above this zone now. Let's see how far. So it still has to cross this non-wick. So it's going to fill this non-wick candle here, potentially. We are in a new 30-minute candle just now, and we're looking to cross this right here, which has tapped into this small range earlier, about 3-4 hours ago here. So let's see how many pips is that. This area right here, it's about 9-10 pips, so it can definitely come back up in the small range earlier and tap the top end of this larger range that we've drawn out here, right? So we have a potential second touch forming at the top here, right? So needed to exhaust a little bit above, and you could see that is a previous range as well that we did capture on Friday here, prior to the second high impact news where it just dumped, right? And this trade was called in the group right after the stream, and explain about how we enter this and execute this in real time and in the correct manner, right? In a timely manner as well. Okay, so we got that, but yes, we're looking at that. We're looking for it to cross above here, and then I'm looking for the sell stops here to respect this, so to speak, 1 hour range here, right? And let's see here. So this would be 182.6. It's a 182.600 zone. Right, again, this is just an idea, so I should add that at the beginning. So for anybody that's joining, that's fairly new into looking at my streams, that's how I form the idea first. So and once it reaches that level, at that point I decide when to enter that, right? We don't want to be tapped in early, and we don't want to be tapped into late either, right? So timing is everything. And we're going to take a look here to see above. So if it crosses this, guys, this is something, but I can also see something here that in this zone. So if this is respected here, then this is going to dump right back down. But I do anticipate, because there is a non-wick candle here, right? There is a non-wick candle right here. It could definitely fill that up and pressure above here now. Of course, now we're about 25 minutes away from London opening, so we definitely want to see that if there's a bounce here and it taps into this area right above, are we going to get a strong push up here and then a push down here before London opening, right? So we can get the full push down. Remember, there's a non-wick candle here, down here, all the way down here. The hour opened up with no wick whatsoever here. So even I can adjust it here if I would like to, but I'm going to keep in line with the wicks here, which is perfectly fine here. Keep in line with the wicks. And if we can get that push up and then continue to push down here, that'll be great, because we can capture the full move down. And again, this current range that I've drawn out here is about what, 40 plus pips. So that's a 2 TP setup here that we can get on a nice Monday morning here. So let's see, after a slow sluggish start last week, and somewhat of a not so clean ending, but with that formation here, this one captured a nice 2+ TP win here, and then now we're back into another range. Hopefully this is respected, but you can see that it's pretty in line, right? Even on the 4-hour, you can see the EMA will be below, but not too below this range. So it's pretty respected as far as the bottom end is. Now the top end is just where will it stop? Where will price stop at the top? I'm looking at the current range that it has set, right? The tone that it has set currently with how the market opened up right here, right? So open up right here. Where was it? Right here. And fell into this range. Now it's climbing right back up to that area. Now we could get a push above, right? I'm not saying we can't get a push above here. If it's a strong push above, then I may look for a better placement. But if it just edges over this range, I'll be sure to set these sell stops here. And we're still, again, about 23 minutes shy of London opening, so we do have to keep that in mind. I'm going to take a quick look at Forex Factory. Of course, I do look at it, early in my time zone. It's going to be Eastern time, so I look at it in Sunday, during Sunday evening. But just for the live stream, I'm just going to, kind of show you guys what type of information I look for as well, to keep in check, with the setups. And if it does reach, the potential entry zone, I do want to keep in mind that there's nothing, of high impact coming, either of GEP or JPY for, of course, the current, pair. We'll look at USD CAD as well, but for any pair or anything that can affect GP or JPY, right? If that's what the pair I'm trading for that session. Okay, so yeah, so nothing of high impact again. It's a pretty calm Monday morning, right? We do have, again, low impact. Can it affect to a certain degree? Maybe so, maybe not. But because of all of it being low impact, I mean, we don't see much. There is a CAD bank holiday. I actually live in Canada as well, so there is a bank holiday today. However, it doesn't mean that USD CAD is still not going to move. I mean, look at this. It's, what type of drop is this here? 20, 30 pips here, so it can still move, right? USD still is technically the universal pair here, so we do have the PMI news, sharp news coming at 10 a.m. Eastern time, but that's into New York session. So for current London session right now, nothing going on here, but low impact. We'll keep in touch with Forex Factory throughout the week, but nothing for the current session that we're trading. And see, now we're getting the push up. We just broke over the non-wick candle here. Right there, you can see that we broke over that, so that's a good step above here. Now we're looking at the 1 hour reaching above here. That's going to give us certainty that we can set these sell stops. But right now it's still a trade idea, but we can definitely get a wick. You can see on the 1 hour, which we timed this range in, or framed this range in. You could see that it can create a wick. It has tapped exactly at that same area when it was in the smaller range over here, and now it can definitely reach at that level or above, right? And so what I'm looking for is slightly above, so I can go ahead and be comfortable to set these sell stops. And again, this can all happen within the next 20-21 minutes prior to London opening, and we could see the sell-off, potential sell-off prior, and a continuation from London opening all the way down, right? But again, timing is everything, and we need to be very, very careful here because it's only a matter of what, less than 10 plus pips here, or 10 plus minus 10 pips here. Let's see. So it's about what? Oh, wow. It's even less than that. 5 pips up to the top end. And then if we can get a slight push up of another 4 or 5 pips, yeah, 7, 8 pips here. So it's going to be a very, very quick move here if we do, get a strong push, bullish push to close off the next 50-minute candle, right? You can see here, it can still push up here. It can still push up. Now, if we slightly adjust this, you can see that that's where it would tap in, but I'm looking at GJ at least coming up to that level. Especially with the London opening approaching, so I don't want to enter this early, because I do want to make sure my risk is fully assessed as well. Okay, just taking a look at the comment here. The only comment for the time being. Give a like, great content. Thank you, appreciate it. I don't force likes on anyone. If you truly like it, I appreciate it, but thank you for the support as always. Looking to grow even more. I mean, the first month, we had a good push. I believe we added over 100 to 200 subscribers in that time period. So I really appreciate it, and hoping to grow even more during October, and looking forward to seeing you guys on a daily basis here, or as much as possible as you guys can. A lot of things to learn, a lot of things to grow from, and so here we have, again, GJ trying to push above this zone. It did break above this non-wick candle, and now, nice, coming for a nice push. So again, it's not far away right now. About 4 pips shy of, the highest point it has reached today. And I'm expecting it to cross that area slightly so we can be comfortable in setting these sell stops. All right. So 182,600. Okay, now it's pushing, guys. So I may, enter, and I'm gonna keep it at the 1 hour here. Okay, yeah. 38 here. Okay. Okay, it's about to cross. Okay, it's pushing. So we're looking at maybe the 15-minute candle pushing above or below. But I have not set these sell stops yet. I'm still not confident in setting. Okay, now it's pushing. Okay. All right. So we are how many pips above now? About 3.5, 4 pips above. So I'm still waiting. Now there's a 50-minute candle coming now, right? Now if this continues bullish, I'm gonna wait out, because now it could go up to this level here as it has previously, right? So we could see that this may be the larger bottom range here, and then we have, if this is a strong bullish candle finish here on the 50-minute candle, we could potentially see that this may be the larger range. So I'm going to remove this just so you guys don't get confused here. Actually, I'll leave that aside here. I'll leave that. So we'll keep it like this. And you can see now this, the 1-to-1 here, right? Or 1-to-1 here. Let's keep it in touch right here. So 1-to-1. We did have this range, smaller range, in play out for a bit, and then got the 2 touches and it broke out, and now we got the complete push down. Now we could continue this push up all the way up here, and then anticipate the sell stop here, right? So it's pushing for the larger range to complete instead of the smaller range. Now I can't guarantee right now because we're looking at, right? So instead of the smaller range right here being completed, you can see how it's respecting it. We could see that it did a 2 and 2 and then it broke out, right? and then that's what we're anticipating. But now it's completely pushing above that. So if it is pushing above that, and you can see now 15-minute candle, it literally broke above this range, right? Now, can it suck back in? I don't know, but I won't be confident in setting the sell stops yet, right? If you continue, look at that bearish, bullish push, guys. On so USD CAD must be dumping. There you go. Let me just see what's going on with USD CAD here. So USD CAD is on a dump here, while GJ is on a high flyer here. So yeah, so, and I'll tell you guys the same exact thing happened on this range here earlier. When was this? Last Thursday, Friday. You can see 1 to 1, 2 to 2. Could have been a sell-off, but the next candle, we waited for the 50-minute closure, and look how far bullish it went up. And so then this range was intact, right? But we played this nicely because of waiting on a higher time frame. You could see that it was wicking to the downside, and now look, 1 to 1, and now the second touch could be up here, and we can get a better entry and a longer risk to reward ratio down to this end. So this will be a larger range being played out, and we're looking at potentially the 4-hour here with the 4-hour candle here, right? So we could see potentially that there is a larger range in play. So that's why I waited before or until after the 50-minute candle. Now, it doesn't mean that this current small range cannot be played out. It still can. Am I confident to set the sell stops? So let's see on the 1 hour. Can it all be a wick on the 1 hour, right? On the left, you can see that it's coming to fill up this non-wick candle right here. So we do have a non-wick candle. So what's the certainty in setting the sell stops, right? So even if, let's say, this was going bullish and then maybe at the end it was wicking down, I wouldn't be certain to set these sell stops, because now you can see on the left side, there's a top end of the range that was created earlier last week. There's a non-wick candle here on the 1 hour. So this feels more certain that it can come up above here, right? And with the London opening coming in 13 minutes, it could continue that push to the top end there. So this is why sometimes, and I would say more often than not, you should wait for a higher time frame candle closing, especially if it's near your entry, right? So if the price is reaching your entry zone and there's a candle closure coming, especially a larger time frame. So we were looking at maybe the 5-minute here, and the 15-minute candle was closing, and look what it did. The 50-minute candle closed right above, right? So that kind of wipes out our sell stops, at least temporarily, where we're not certain to enter, because we don't want to, we don't want the price to come right back down and then boom, right? So that avoids that chaos. And now we're looking for that push up to here, right? And how many pips is that away? That's about 17 pips away, 17, 18 pips away. So that's not bad of a distance, for GJ to reach, especially around, right before London opening or into London opening. So definitely doable here. It was an accurate range, at least for the 2 to 2 touch, but for the third touch, overall, not as satisfactory enough, right? So now we're battling with London opening. So now if this relaxes here, I can consider the sell stops if this does not continue up. Now let's see, we're about 11 minutes away. It did fill up this non-wick candle here. What you can also do is, on the smaller time frame, tap these smaller time frames here, right? There's a daily EMA as well here, and then it can move back up as well, right? Respecting the larger range here. Let's see here. What can we do? But there's a non-wick candle down here, right? So if it does not push above, could it do that as well? Let's see. So going back to our sell stops. Okay, I'll just rewrite that then, that's fine. So GJ sell stops. Okay, no, it's pushing. Yeah. So we're gonna look over here at GJ sell stops at. Now if we get the larger range here captured and GJ does move along, nicely, then that's gonna be a really, really nice move for us to capture, right? It's a good top here, second touch here. And we could potentially see, a nice clean move. I mean, if we capture this second, it's 1 to 1, 2 to 2. So the second to third touch, which is a very high accuracy, continuation to the downside, right? We could see, oh my God, this is almost a 9,500 pip range. Of course, now, will that complete throughout the London session during the stream? Possibly not. But it could definitely play out throughout, the day. After we capture a couple, 2 TPs or 2 or 3 TPs, right? And this would really, really play a nice, set for the opening of the week, right? So if we're getting a nice, come out 2 or 3 TP hit in the beginning of the week, it's quite refreshing, right? Although the discipline stays the same, right? Psychology still stays the same, but it's a nice push, especially if the range is looking clean, to get a nice head start on the percentage wins in the beginning of the week. So let's see. I mean, GJ definitely doesn't have a stop in terms of continuation, the continuation upwards. So we could definitely see it coming up here. Look at that push, right? So yeah, still about 17, less than 17 pips away. Could definitely get a strong candle pushing upwards, right? The 1 hour looks clean to the left all the way to the non-weight candle here, right? Where it did push down all the way from there. So let's see here. Can we get a continuation upwards? And our sell stops can be satisfied on a better angle, right? So you can see on the larger range or smaller range, we had a sell stop ready, but you can see how we avoided those and looking for the larger range in play, right? And that's how we get out of a smaller range to a larger range, right? So that's also something that I teach in the strategy in the course, where the smaller range can be played out, right, and traded, but the larger range you have to keep in mind. And if you capture those are going to be, the big, 2, 3, 4, 5 TP hits. So let's see. Looking for a push on GJ to continue up, fill this non-wick candle, and float around this area, the 182, 900, 183.00. It'd be really nice if we can get here, and then we could have a nice sell stop here for a nice push down. So let's see. Now the current 1 hour range is still, it's still this, right? The current 1 hour range is still this, that it exhausts itself and it comes right down, right? There is no wick on the current candle. I mean, this non-wick candle on the 1 hour is, well, almost 50 pips it was, right? So we could see GJ come right back into here, into this zone, into this range, respect this range, but at the same time still respect the larger range, right? So it could come back down, close below here, push down, tap the 1 hour EMA or the 4 hour EMA here, and continue right back up to respect the larger time frame. So both ranges are being respected, with one range being completed, the third touch down and the third touch above, all the way up here, and then we can capture the larger range all the way down, right? It doesn't mean that GJ won't play out smaller ranges in between that time. And that's why it will take a little bit longer for the larger range to complete. But nonetheless, that could still be played out, right? And that's the amazing aspect about this strategy, where you can capture multiple ranges, range within range, and you can see now it's dumping now, right? So this is the last 5 minutes now. So we're going to see how that closes now. So ideally, Um, you can see now the 1 hour is coming right back into that area, right? But because now we're approaching London opening, especially it's the first day of the week, first trading day of the week, first London opening of the week, I'm gonna wait out this one, right? So I'll wait out for London opening because I could set some sell stops here down here for the push down, so I can capture those, that range right there. But because of the uncertainty now, Monday, first day of the week, and the continuation upwards, the break, on the 50-minute as well, even though the 1 hour could push down, it's not showing enough confidence. It's just a slight consolidation zone here with a continuation upwards potentially, right? So small range consolidation here. It could wick down right back in here before closing off the hour, which is in the next 4 minutes, but it could also push up as well, right? So to avoid that altogether, we don't want to be stopped out or tapped into our, sell stops, and then it continues completely against us with London opening pressure and volume. So for that reason, just waiting out is fine, right? We're only about 3 to 4 minutes shy of London opening, and yes, quite a large, range push on GJ again. Exactly, same thing happened last week. Exactly, right? And yep, we are waiting for what London opening will do. So being patient here is a good sign of discipline. So we can see what occurs here before we set our next step. But you can see now it's pretty much closing above. Could be a fake out, on the 1 hour and continue a strong push down. But the way it's looking right now, the pressure is high right now on GJ to continue to move up. And we could anticipate that we get a better area for sells and a more confident sell for GJ up above in the 182-900 zone, right? And it could even reach up to 183. And then at that point, we can decide to take the sell stops. But it is breaking above here. We're just about, less than 3 minutes shy of London opening. The 1 hour does look clean here. Could get a bullish push here to fill up this non-wick candle and, reach at the top of the end of this range here, the larger range in mind right here. All right. Okay, less than 2 minutes now. So, we're looking, the GJ is definitely going to close above now. Again, in the next minute and a half, there is something, compelling here with GJ pushing down. It's nothing abnormal that, that we have not seen. This has happened too often where the last minute, it'll do a complete reversal. But since it is a Monday, slower right now, nothing high impact, but could get some pickup here. Look at that, right? So we are getting, that last, 30-second, 1 minute push here, last 2 minute push here, but we're getting it towards where we want it to head, in anticipation of it reaching 183, where then we can set our sell stops comfortably, right? So you can see now it's closing. It is consolidating in this small zone here. What is this? 8-9 pips here. Certainly see now that the 1 hour can close above. I mean, it's how much above is it? This range right here is about what, 10-11 pips right now. Was about 12 pips above. So yep, we can definitely see that this will close above. The 2 hour will close above as well, as we are seconds away from London opening. So let's see here. Let's see USD CAD. So USD CAD is definitely pushing strong as well. And it was caught up in this range. Caught a lot of snipers here. All right, here's London opening, so no wick to the upside on the 1 hour, and could come down to the, the top end of this, the 1 hour range that we had drawn out, or could just continue upwards right away to get to the 182 900 plus zone here. Yeah, we could see USD CAD coming down here. Even the 4 hours down there. So let's see if it pushes down here, at least to the 30 minute. That's about how many pips away? 17, 18 pips. And then the 1 hour is right at the bottom here. So plus 40 pips here. Okay. So now GDA is coming down. So to a certain degree, GJ can respect this range as well on the 4 hour, but it's more, more clear on the larger end of the range that this is what it could play out as well, right? So for safety now, I don't want to be tapped in here on the smaller range here, be tapped in and then be tapped out, especially during London opening. So I'm going to avoid the setup here, but again, if GJ does come back in this range here, come right back in and pushes down, below the 182 500 or 550, we could definitely see a push down all the way to tap the 1 hour and fill up this non-wick candle, right? But the way it's appearing right now, we are not done, the move up to at least the 182 900 zone. But again, it's London opening, so it could be playing out a fake out right now, or just reversing at the opening and then continuing the move up, right? Likewise with the USD CAD. Let's see here. So USD CAD also has no wick on the current candle. Okay. So I'm looking at to see if I can get a setup. Oh, okay. So GD is pushing strong, right? So you can see it's respecting that range to a certain degree because it's coming back to that area, and this could be a clean candle all the way down here. Ooh. Yep, it can come all the way down here. Again, not certain. There's a daily EMA as well. Oh yeah, this could push down. Well, we could see a push above here as well. Right, so you can see now, if we did have the sell stops here, right, let's just say we did, with London opening, it pushed up above here, and we were looking at setting the sell stops at 182 to the 600 zone. It would have pretty much tapped us in here, and that's kind of the the angle of like it closing above, the 1 hour closing above. We're in a 1 hour range, and it coming down with London opening volume to potentially tap us in and then potentially stop us out if it continues upwards, right? We could see a small reversal on London opening and then it continues up, right? So it kind of dropped about 14, 15 pips right at the onset of London opening, and now we could see the full push back up here. Let's see. Now USD CAD is kind of in this range here, with no wick right now on the current 1 hour candle here. Very interesting what GJ will do here, but I'm avoiding the sell stops in the smaller range here. Although if it does come back here, I can set a maybe more firm stop here. Yeah, let me do that, guys. So I'm gonna, because USD CAD can continue to push down here, but also can come all the way up here, right? There could be a smaller range in play with USD CAD on this level. The second touch approaching. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do here, guys. On the smaller end, I'm going to set a sell stop here for GJ. But at a much safer spot. Okay, so let's go with a little bit lower than that. So 5, potentially 580. Right? Or should we just continue at 600? Okay, let's do 600 again then. 182.600. Short position. So 182.600. And it's going to be a 20 pip stop with a 20 pip TP for a TP1 here. Right? So let's look at the 1 hour here. So yeah, if it continues up, guys, I'm not in this setup right now. I'm just looking at the close of the next 5 minutes here. But what I'm going to do now is see how the next minute moves here and look at setting up for this. So if this continues all the way up, then this is voided. But if it does come back down, I'm interested in setting this, right? But let's see. If it continues up, it'll be great because I'm more confident in the larger range here. With this one, if it pushes down again, then we're looking at maybe it coming right back down in here. And then we can set these sell stops. So I have these in place now, guys. I have GJ sell stops at 182.600, right, with the 20 pip stop loss and TP. Now, if GJ pushes up, I'm completely avoiding these. This is going to be voided, and we're looking at the larger range here, right? So let's see. Okay, so nice push up here. We could see a continuation up here. So GJ does one strong push. You can see now it could have tapped us in earlier. That's why we avoided it. Brought it back just in case if it drops back again. And now we're getting a strong push. So perfect here, right? Everything is safeguarded here, right? So that's the key here in maintaining that discipline and that game plan in mind and the appropriate way of setting the stops and voiding them. Again, if there are some higher risks involved, right? So let's see now, will it fall back in this range or will it push above here, right? Strong bullish push here. Now we're about, what, 10, 11 pips away from the non-wick candle, and we have more certainty in playing out the larger range here. Nice push, okay. Okay, even for USD CAD now, I would look to for sells here, but just want to be want to confirm that can GJ push above here. Now we're closing another 5-minute candle here, the next 2 minutes, and that's what I wanted to wait for. But nice push, in the earlier 5-minute opening here. So let's see if we can continue that move up and get to our 182.900 zone. 182.900 would be a good area where we'll be comfortable because you can slightly push up maybe 5-6 pips and then we could set our sell stops. But we need that push. And we're about to close just in less than a minute, the next 5-minute candle. So will it continue in this consolidation zone or will we see a push up here? Okay, so currently it is pushing above that consolidation zone, the 182, 800 area. I use the cast pushing now after rejecting the 50-minute EMA. All right, so will it fall back or will it push above? Let's see. All right, but still, we still have the 50-minute candle here as well that has yet to close. Still got another 5 minutes. Okay, now here's GJ here. Will it push above or will it come right back down? Let's see. Hmm. Alrighty, so I guess maybe the next weight will be the 50-minute candle unless there's a strong push, right? If there's a strong push, then I may decide to set the smaller end right here because again, it will come down to fill up the non-wick candle, right? So we know that for sure. Now, will it come down to fill that up and then continue up, or will it continue up right away from here, right? And that's what I'm looking at, that for it to complete, right away to get to the top end here, 182,900 zone, so we can set the sell stops, right? These are the more confident sell stops. This one is, if there's a push down here, then this, increases the confidence for these sell stops. But this is just in case GD doesn't cover this zone here, right? If it doesn't cover the zone, then we have a second plan here, which we can still make. And then once potentially GD comes down here, we could look for the push up here, right? And then down here. So this is like, it moves, so beautifully, the whole range system. And once you understand the full way of trading it, you'll never, want to go in any different strategy, and you just want to just cover the ranges because it's something that the market repeats, and we don't need a breakout per se to trade this strategy. We trade within the consolidation zone, but at certain times, right? Not every range is tradable, and not every range is exact. Alrighty, let's see here now. Can we get a stronger push here? Right, so now we're about just 3 minutes shy of the 15-minute candle closing. Again, still, GD is certainly hunting this non-wick candle here, so to fill that up and reach the top end, which it did reach on Friday, right? And then we can anticipate at least a potential sell-off. And again, if it doesn't complete the full range, it is a large range, we can capture a good 2 or 3 TPs, before it, let's say it continues up again, right? So that's what we're looking for. That's why we're anticipating, according to, the analysis here. But if that doesn't work out, we have a second plan here, second plan of action here, where we can take the sell stops if we see a pour down, just GD just push down here. Let's look at USD CAD now. So USD CAD is rejecting that 50-minute EMA. Will it push down? It's not in an exact range, so that's why it's not that clear, right? USD CAD, that is. So it's not that clear of how USD CAD is moving here right now. Right, we could see a smaller range here, but again, not exact, so non-tradable. And yeah, it's just not looking clear right now for USD CAD, right? But again, I still can use the direction to understand how GJ will move as well, right? So that's the key here. That's exactly why I refer back to USD CAD to see how it potentially is moving during the London session here to anticipate a move on GJ, right? To a certain degree, right? Of course, we have to understand every metric, every factor here to consider when we are dealing with correlated pairs here, right? So yeah, so as far as I know right here, GJ can come right back into this 15-minute range here, right? So you can see it's kind of forming out. I mean, definitely on the 5-minute you could see, right? This range you could push down. We did just open up the 50-minute candle here, so this could certainly push down and come all the way down here. So let's see, 182,600. If GJ continues to react in this manner, I may go ahead and take the sell stops here, but let me see if I should enter these depending on how GJ is moving here. Wow, so it's moving pretty solid here. 1 and 1, 2 and 2. So you can see now it's creating a range above this 1 hour range right here, right? So with that range closing, when it breaks out of that smaller range, it could continue upwards for the much larger range, or the anticipated earlier range on the 1 hour time frame, right? So let's see on the 5-minute time frame now, the next 5-minute candle. Let's see where it closes. But again, this is just an idea as well, so I should write that just for anybody joining the stream and is not sure what's going on. So I don't want you guys to set the sell stops ahead of time, right? You have to be setting them in a timely manner, right? So that's the key here. And that doesn't mean that you have to stay on the charts for hours and hours because you're looking for smaller plays. But once you do get the larger range, right, at that point it becomes an intraday swing, or if you want to hold it out for a couple days as well. But that's a different story. Once you can understand how to, use a strategy in play for smaller plays, then you can go for the larger plays, right? Because you need to understand that consider each factor when setting the sell stops and or the buy stops, and seeing which factors to look for in determining your entries, and then of course the exits as well. All right, so just falling back here. Let me take a quick glance at USD CAD here. So we could see this type of range here as well. Yeah, we could see that. Okay, so now GD is pushing. Wow. Okay. So we are looking at this range on GJ. I'm going to be avoiding the sell stop right now, so that's why I haven't mentioned that I'll be entering. So I'm avoiding these just because the next candle can push up, right? So I'm looking at this range, right? So this consolidation zone right here, this is where price is reacting, after London opening, and I don't want to be caught in this, so that be tapped in and be caught up in this setup here, right? Which can continue upwards with the next 5-minute candle opening. So I'm going to avoid this because I don't like how it's moving up and down here in this, small consolidation zone, nearly 20 pips here. So I'll look to see how the next 5-minute candle opens, and if it's still above, or if it's still, reacting bearish here, then I may set a sell stop at a lower, spot here. There is the 5-minute EMA down here as well, so, and the 50-minute down there as well. So you could see how it's ranging, right, consolidating in this zone here with the larger wick up here, right? So the next candle opens up with a bearish momentum and continues all the way up here, then it could break out and continue to the upside to the 182,900 zone, right? So that's what I'm looking at for GJ to potentially continue upwards. But you can see how on the 2 hour it can continue all the way down. Even on the 1 hour it can continue all the way down to fill up this normal candle, tap the EMA, and then come back up. Well, let's see how the next 5-minute candle opens, and how it reacts in the next 1 or 2 minutes to see if I would enter here, but it did open here bearish slightly. Now will it make a strong push, or will it reverse here? Will it flip? USD CAD here, let's see. So right at the 15-minute EMA, so ranging in this small zone here, 8, 9, 10 plus pips. Okay. Okay, so here GJ breaks into that range with a bearish momentum, but again, this range still seems active here, right? So what I'm going to consider here is I'm going to flip the script here, because I still see that it can have a bullish momentum here. I'm going to look for buy stops here now, right? What is 650? So you can see now it's in slightly this range here. And this is like the bottom end of this range. Slightly above. I'm going to wait out for this few minutes. I could see that the candle could push down to the 5-minute EMA here. So this is just an idea right now. Let's see if it does push down. And then if we can capture this setup here. So the 50-minute right here. If not, then that's voided as well, right? But it's okay. It's okay because we don't want to rush our entries here if the play set is not correct. So it's okay. Let's wait it out. You can see that this range is still, at least for one, take profit here, it's not bad, it's decent. And USD CAD is caught up in this, so could anticipate some sells, but we could see a strong push before we could anticipate some sells here, right? So the smaller time frame now, right? That's why the larger ranges don't always, play out in that time manner. So you have to wait those out, but capturing those will be, are usually very nice. But what we need to do is need to get better with the smaller ranges to better understand how ranges work, and then you can apply that to the larger ranges as well. But of course, you need to also understand direction as well in the larger time zones or time frames. That's for usually holding out. Right, it's a nice range here on USD CAD here. But again, this is such a small range. So we're looking for the sells here potentially, but we need a break above here. There is an EMA above there as well. So look at that. Look at GJ, guys. So we didn't enter this, but you can see this would have been a nice setup here as well. But we can anticipate that GJ is in this range, right? So even if you don't enter a setup, as long as you start understanding where the ranges are working, where price is moving, which range the price is moving in, before it fully develops, right, to a certain level, right? So we're looking for the touches, 2 touches above, below, but and understanding which ranges are working and which time frames, that's key. Once you capture that, at that point, you could start understanding how to set the buy stop, sell stops accordingly, and that's where the game changes, right? That's where you'll start understanding. Okay, now, very nice entry, very nice, way in the timely manner that you set the entry. And at that point, you can get away with, nice TPs, 1, 2, 3 TPs, if you understand how to fully trade the range, right? And understand how the range is forming and which time frames, which ones it is breaking out, the larger time frames, how it's moving the price in terms of, the up direction or downwards. Now we could see now, look at GJ here. Look, we got the 1-to-1, got the second to second. Now we could see a little breakout because it's a smaller range. We could see a breakout to the upside, which complies with our larger range analysis, and then we can, go for the full dump, right? But right now, currently, you can see how the 5-minute EMA is moving closer to this range. So what that means is that GJ could come back down again, tap this, and then move up, right? Because we got the 1-to-1, we got the second to second, could come back down to tap this. By the time it probably reaches here, the EMA, and then the move up, break out, all the way to the upside. So you can see now it nearly would have completed this move if we had entered pretty fast on this setup, right? Yeah, nearly 9, 10, up to the end, 12 pips. Yep, this would have completed, but did not get to the EMA, so did not enter this, right? Of course, we have to have some confirmations on our side to, not enter too early, right? And if it does do this, it's fine. It's respecting the range. At least at the minimum, it's respecting the range, but it did not line up with what we wanted. If there's an EMA close to the bottom or top end of the range, we're looking for the tap. If not, then we're gonna just wait out. It's okay, right? At the end, we're lowering our risk. Even if it's working in our favor, the analysis is working in our favor, it's okay. No FOMO, right? That's the last thing we want to have, FOMO, right? Let it play out. Still working towards what we want overall on the larger time frame. Smaller time frame, if we didn't capture it, it's fine because it did not line up, it didn't give us an extra confluence of it coming tapping here, and then we set the buy stops here for the move up right here, right? Which would have completed, but it did not move down. How many pips would that be? It did not move down another 3-4 pips, right? So if it did give us that little push here, would have been more confident, but it's okay, right? We're gonna get moves like this all the time. You guys can see throughout all the streams that I've done on YouTube, and even on Zoom, for all the private course members, right? You can see that this is a play that happens over and over and over again, right? With all the payouts that I've got, whether it's for with students, the clients, myself, this has been a key factor, right? So this, I know it works, and it's been working for years and years. Something that I apply, and with minimum level of outside indicators, right? Just one indicator is the EMA, which is good to set for profit targets and entries and so forth. So it's a really, really good indicator to use for multiple factors, considering that those factors also apply within the range concept, and we can use that to our advantage, right? So why not? Now look at on the higher time frame. Now you can see now it exhausted itself from the wicks on the downside, and now it's pushing, right? So you can see that was a whole wick. Now if we had left those sell stops here, so this is a really, really big lesson here. We left those sell stops, we would have been stopped out, and the move would have continued up, right? So we broke that down, understood that's in a range, right, at least temporarily, and avoided those, then had the buy stops temporarily, which would have completed by now, and avoided those because it didn't give us the full confluence with the tap here. And perfectly fine, right? So it's a smaller range here, and it can just break out and continue up. Now USD CAD here, we're looking either it drops or it completes, but this range is pretty much complete now, so it can break out either above or below, but that's completely fine, right? And it's still respected. All right, so now this is GJ here. So we got what, the 15-minute and 30-minute candle close coming, and a new one opening. So we could anticipate the breakout here. But the key is here, we're not rushing to our entries, right? That's what I want to practice here. Good discipline. The strategy is still in line. The ranges are still being played out. We just have to capture the right one, right, in the right way, and then the right entry and exit. All right, so now the 50-minute closed. Well, let's see. Still not done yet. So yeah, I did close right at the top here. So we could see a continuation upwards. Okay, no wick on the current candle. No wick on the current candle. And we're, I mean, not far off. I mean, we were 8 pips. Now we're probably, yeah, 9-10 pips away now from the top here. So nice push above, and then we're considering the, these large sell stops here, and voided every other one now, right? Now if it does continue to respect this range, right, and that's why I keep this range open here. Now if it does push all the way down here, then I'm looking for the buy stops here, right, for the stream. And then the sell stops would be something in bonus for you guys to consider. Maybe beyond the stream, into pre-New York to New York session, right? So let's see. Because we could see G to come all the way down here, right? Tap this EMA, and then move back up here, and then start ranging here until, let's say, New York session, and then continue the push down, right? So a lot of factors to consider, but you can see it on the smaller time frame. You need to consider that the ranges that are being played out, because you can still capture small ranges if you don't want to wait out longer for the large ranges, right? If you don't have that much time on the markets, you understand which ranges are being played out, right, in which time frames, and then you just trade those time ranges. And that's exactly what I'm doing in the live streams, because I'm showing you guys on the smaller time frames in a given session, right, for GJ and USD CAD. You can find these small setups as they are, seen every single day, and you could be out the market, capture a 1-to-1, 1-to-2. Sometimes we capture 1-to-3s in terms of risk to reward, and you're out the market, right? Now, if you do want to play out a larger range, as I'm showing you guys that there is one being played out, right? Smaller range here, smaller range here, smaller range here, larger range here, and this range can be huge, right? So from the 181, 182 zone all the way to 183. So nearly 100 pip range here. And then we could capture the top end here, and then the bottom end. Again, this could play out during New York or pre-New York and all the way down, guys. So we'll see how this plays out during the day, and then we'll kind of review this in tomorrow's stream. But currently, we're looking at the smaller range here. If it breaks out above, which is, in accordance to our plan, and of course, markets don't always move exactly, so it may range and come back down and then move back up, but it's completely fine. And there's a question still looking for longs, or once it touches the top of the end of the range for shorts. Okay, yeah. So the only way I would look for longs here right now is if this price comes all the way back down and taps the EMA, so I can set a comfortable, with enough breathing room, I can set a buy stop here, which can go to the top here, right? Which is going to be about, how many pips would that be? Approximately about 25, 26 pips. So just over a 1-to-1 risk to reward. So that's what I'm looking for, because sometimes, we're looking at, we got the 1-to-1 here, we got the 2-to-2. So we could look at, for GJ to come down for this third tap here, and then come up here for the buy stops to be activated and push above, break out of this, complete the range with the 3 taps on both ends, and then break out above to meet the larger, the top end of the range target here, for which we can then look at sell stops. Of course, now, this doesn't mean that it's going to happen in the next, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It may happen, into New York or even pre-New York session, but that's something that will happen off stream. But I am giving you guys that, bonus here, that could be a large range to trade as long as you have the effective entry, right? That is key. That is key for survival, because if, for example, anybody entered this move, so I gave this, let me just keep a track of GJ here. Okay, so see it's pushing down now, so we may look for buy stops here, but let me quickly, move over here. I mentioned, I gave a breakdown of why I did not enter this right here, right? This was at the 8:30 a.m. mark right here, exactly. So if you guys know Eastern time, 8:30 a.m. Eastern, that's half an hour after New York opening, and there was high impact news. So I avoided this. So remove the sell stops here. Price reached right back up here, right, with the 8:30 a.m. Eastern time news. And then I had the opening here. There was high impact news, but it wasn't at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. You guys can take a look. It was around 10 a.m. But 10 a.m. the price already moved down all the way up to here. So we were heavily in profit at that point. I kept that trade open and let it push all the way down to, and I, even drew out where the TP1, TP2, and beyond, right? You guys can check the group chat. I posted it on all socials right before the entry took place, and then after, what happened by the end of Friday as well, right? So, and you guys can see now GJ is moving exactly in line as I explained, right? So this is something that the market repeats. It's not something that, I'm somewhat of a genius. It's just that the market repeats this over and over again. I just figured out that it does this, and we can capture, the benefits from the markets ranging like this. That's what I've configured, and I configured, the steps in taking that, right? So I guess the reason why I was explaining this setup is because I've given you guys the, kind of the game plan, right, in essence, or understanding, but you guys fully need to compute how to enter, right? And that's what I explained in the course, right? So that's the aspect of why you would need to understand. It's just not trading the range simply. There's factors involved, and you have to understand and consider all those factors to the best of your abilities, and then be able to enter effectively, right? So if somebody entered over here, they would have been stopped out. Even earlier over here, they would have been stopped out, right? There's exact placements as well for the exact entries on the ranges, right? So that's where the course and the ability to understand the exact components comes in, right? And of course, I did mention to you guys that we're opening up a members group as well. So all the members that have purchased the course, we're going to build a Discord group where it's going to be only members, and we send our ranges, for different pairs. Like, so there's going to be some members that, members are emailing me right now, but I want to keep it, where every member that has, purchased a course and it is a part of, the strategy element, or understands the strategy element, they can share their ranges for their pairs, right? So this works phenomenal with many Forex pairs, right? That I've reviewed over emails, that I've reviewed with DMs and so forth. So they can share those. I'll be in there as well. Try to be as active as possible, and so we're gonna keep a progress of everybody as well. So we're gonna keep a large, that's how I want to grow the community as well, right? So to keep it to the strategy and to the point. That's why I don't want to have just anybody join. I want to have people join that understand the strategy, have purchased it, have understand it to a certain degree, and are working towards bettering themselves and fully understanding it so they can be profitable on their own as well, right? So I believe truly, if with the mentorship and guidance within a 6 to 8 month period, if you truly work on it actively on the charts with guidance and mentorship, right? So there's some things that take people years because they don't have the appropriate guidance and mentorship. It's not always that you have mentorship and hallelujah, like that's everything's gonna work out. No, you need the proper guidance and mentorship, right? Some people may think or appear to for you to believe that they know the system, but they may not fully know it, and that's where it misaligns with your understanding and your improvement, right? So if anybody is genuinely doing live streams and they have a system in place that works during the streams and you're profitable during the streams, then that's something that I would go for. It doesn't mean it's me. It could be anybody, right? I'm pretty sure there are streamers out there. I don't know all of the streamers that stream daily, right? Or actively on YouTube, but you guys can do your research and find out, if that's the right mentorship because of certain factors that you guys see online or in the online space or in the socials or on the telegrams or Instagrams. and so forth, right? So that's the key. What system are they, what system do they have? Are they applying it daily, effectively on their streams? And are they profitable from that, right? Is there an edge to that strategy? So look for those components, a strategy that they're teaching, a mentorship aspect, and on the streams, to a certain degree, are they profitable using the same strategy, right? It's not like that they're completely avoiding the strategy and system and trying to, make a trade happen to be profitable, right? No. Look at all those components and then decide for yourself, right? And of course, you can take the same setups as well on a demo account, right? So you don't lose anything, and see if there's an edge to it, and look at their explanations, right, of how they're taking the setups, and especially live, right? So I respect a lot of streamers that go live daily or actively and show the strategy play out in real time, and if they can follow through and be profitable, I mean, that's amazing. Okay, look at that. So perfect. This is, exactly how it's happening. It's what we're talking about is what's going on right now with GJ, right? So we can get ready for some buy stops potentially. So I'm gonna have that written down here. Okay, so GJ buy stops at, what would the zone be here? So the EMA tap here is about how many pips below. So we could, anticipate a stronger push down once GJ gets down here. But I think 630 or 620. I think 630 is fine. It's more comfortable. We are approaching a 50-minute candle. So 182, 630. So we are approaching a 50-minute candle. Let's see on the 50-minute candle here, or 50-minute time frame. So avoid everything here. Okay, so you can see non-wick candle all the way down. And where is the 50-minute EMA? So could we see a push down all the way here? Potentially. But I'm going to look at the 5-minute as a place mark for setting my buy stops, above. USD CAD, as you can see now, it's approaching the 5-minute EMA as well. So everything's working in line here. Everything's working in line. Do I want to trade the USD CAD setup here? Probably not. I'm going to look at just one here and see if we can get a nice push to close out the 50-minute candle and then wait out now, right? So there's a 50-minute candle closing in 2 minutes. Price is approaching our zone here, but this is what I have to consider now. Do I want to close, do I want the candle to close, the 5-minute, 50-minute candle to close and then enter? Because it could tap us in, right? So it could come down here and push back up before the 50-minute candle closes and then continue down, right? It could be a potential, fake out to the top side, but we don't want to enter on that type of drawdown, right away. So now there's 1 minute and a half left, less than that. And see, GJ is moving down. GJ is moving down. Have to be careful here, right? Now there's 1 minute left. So let it push down. Let, GJ come down here. Let the 50-minute candle open. If it does, let me actually play out the scene here as well. So let's see if it comes down here, closes the 50-minute here, pushes down, taps the 5-minute, opens, and pushes down further, and then comes up. At that point, I can even adjust my buy stops to be more comfortable as well, right? So this is a real-time action here, and I love that it's happening in real time, so we can see exactly what happens, right? So this is the beauty of real-time trading. Let's see. So it's closing right in that range. Now we could see a burst with the new 50-minute, 5-minute candle come down, tap the 5-minute. How far is the 50 minutes down? I mean, you could say about 6-7 pips below. So here it comes. So I'm going to set the sell stops once you know, the price taps the 5-minute EMA. If it doesn't, I'm not in this setup, right? But if it does tap it, because YouTube has an 8 to 10 second delay, you guys won't know if I'm in the setup at least 8 to 10 seconds after, right? But I have a solution for that as well once I open up my Discord, where I'll have access to Zoom for you guys, so you have real-time entries. But again, that's only for course members that get access to that right now, right? So let's see. Could we get a push down here? Again, if it does not tap here, then I'm not entering this, because again, I told you guys it's part of the game plan. I need it to tap for me to set the buy stops here. Okay, and USD CAD has tapped that. So on the 1 hour, you can see USD CAD is pretty much going all the way back up, right? So if it does push up all the way back up here, I could see that GJ can push down, can really come down here, right? But I'm still going to work with what I have here. USD CAD is tapping the 5-minute here, so it could reverse here as well. But I need GJ to come down here before I consider entering the buy stops, right? So buy stops, even on the larger time frame, favors my overall direction, because we're still looking to tap the 182.900 zone. So now the buys would be, the larger range would be a nice confluence for the buys on the shorter time frame range, right? So that's working just beautifully here, right? So now we're almost there to tap our 5-minute EMA. And I'll see there's a strong push from USD CAD here, potentially past the EMA as well. Okay, you can see now in the 1 hour, it can come all the way back up here. Okay, all right, here comes GJ now. So you can see there's a strong bullish momentum here as well, right? So I don't mind adjusting my stops here. So let's put it at 630. Okay. It did not tap it, so I'm not entering yet. Just going to place this. Still looking, anticipating for a larger push here. So not in this yet, guys. Still waiting for a push. So it's about, what, 18 pips? Yeah, at the 182.800 zone. Okay, let's make it 18 pips. If it does not tap the EMA, I'm not in this setup. So I'm not entering until it taps it. So nearly about to tap it here. We're about 2 minutes away from a 5-minute candle closure. Wow, USD CAD is just flying up here. Okay. Nope, still has not tapped. Need that push down. Now we got a 5-minute candle closing, and we're approaching the EMA, so we could wait for the 5-minute closure as well. But wow, USD CAD is just jumping up here, right? So let's see here. The higher time frames, yeah, even on the 4 hour, you could see that it's just a full bullish candle here. Okay. Alrighty, so nearly about to tap here, guys. No, not yet. We're just 1 minute shy of the 5-minute close. So let's wait out for the 5-minute close now. So that's what I'm going to do now. Wait out for the 5-minute close because it still didn't tap yet. Again, it could push down fast here. So that's what I'm anticipating. So that's why I'm going to hold off until the 5-minute close. And then let price tap. Let price tap the EMA and then see how it reacts with the new opening, right? New 5-minute candle opening. Let's see here. All right, so I open up bullish with no wick but it can continue down here, right? So this is the reason why I waited for the 5-minute opening. You can see now, right? Very close to the bottom end of the range, which is a support here. Very close to the EMA tap, which it did not tap. So voided the buy stops. Again, I'll announce when I enter. So waiting again. Still waiting. Has not crossed that mark. Let's see. Okay, it just tapped it now. Let's see how many pips we're away. So I still haven't entered. We're about 6 pips away. Okay, so guys, I'm entering these buy stops here for GJ. So 182. Ooh, strong bullish momentum here. So should we get a better entry at this? Let me see. Could we adjust it here to 610 maybe? Okay, let's do that. 610. I'm going to enter these buy stops, guys. GJ buy stops at 182.610. All right, 182.610 with TP at, let's make it 20 pips here. So 182.810 is TP, and stop loss is at 182.410. Right, so waiting for these buy stops to activate now, guys. And again, it could push down to, oh, it just flipped here. Let's see. Still not activated yet. It's flipping here. And we're about to enter this trade, guys. It's nearly at our entry point. 2 pips away. I still got 3 minutes left to close a 5-minute candle, so it could definitely come bullish here. So we do have a non-wick candle over here, and we have a non-wick candle at the top end of the range as well. All right, so let me remove all this. Okay, guys, we're in the setup now. So 182.610 was our entry with the buy stops, and 182.810 is our TP with the 182.410 our stop loss. We're in. Perfectly placed. Tap the EMA here. Perfectly in line with the plan. And we're looking for a strong bullish candle here, guys, to close off the 5-minute candle here. Let's see. There is a 50-minute EMA below, but this range has been respected here, so we could see a continuation upward before we close off the hour here. But we are in the setup, and let's see how that goes. Nearly, 1.5 hours into the stream. Carefully analyzed everything here. Again, we do have the 50-minute candle or EMA down there, and the 30-minute as well. But there's a 20 pip stop loss NTP here. So 1-to-1 risk to reward. Could see that flip to fill up 2 non-wick candles, right? So we have the 2 non-wick candles here, one here, one here. We have the EMA tap here. We're respecting this range here, and overall the direction is upward. So we have a lot of confluences to support our buys here, right? A lot of confluences here. And then we have a larger time frame non-wick candle up here from last week as well. So we got 1 minute left to close off the 5-minute. 1 minute left to close out the 5-minute candle here. And let's see how the last 5 minutes before we close the hour. And this is the London opening hour. How that works. Again, there's a 50-minute EMA below, right? So could it push down to tap that first? Still in drawdown. So let's see. Do we get a strong push, with the new 5-minute candle, or we continue upwards here? All right, so here is the opening. of the last 5-minute candle. See how USD CAD is going here. Okay, pushing down here, but let's see. Will it reject the EMA and continue up, or will it push back up? Let's see. Now, if it does close, guys, we need a strong. Yes. To answer the question, yes, we are in GJ buy stops, right? So the buy stops did activate, so in GJ longs right now. And so for more confidence with this setup, right, we would need a bullish close on the 5-minute candle. So the current candle before the hour closes need a bullish push here to come right back into the range, right? So come right back into this range with the bullish push here on the 5-minute candle for this to complete here. So let's see. There is a 50-minute EMA below. So is price hunting that, or is it going to come right back in the range here, right? So the range is still being respected, and that's where we're anticipating, right? Which is one of our confluences, entering this setup. So let's see. And USD CAD. So USD CAD is slightly coming down. Let's see how the hour closes with USD CAD. You can see on the 4 hour, it's a complete wick from the downside. Let's see here. So first setup of the week, and looking to capitalize on this. Again, could come. We could see a bullish close, maybe in the last minute or so before the hour closes. But if it closes below, I mean, then we could see a bearish momentum, right? So let's see. Will the range be respected according to our, many confluences for the setup? Many factors that we considered before entering the setup. Could we factor all those in and, the range being respected to continue upwards? Or is it going for the tap first of the 50-minute EMA right here? The 30 minutes even below that. Is it going for the tap, or is it going to reverse here? So let's see. But yes, in the next 2.5 minutes, or 2 minutes now, we do need a bearish push here from GJ, right? If not, we could anticipate that the next hour opens up with a bearish push, but okay, now it is pushing down, so it's going for, I guess, the EMA now. But anything could happen in the next minute and a half or so, right? So let's see. It's a 20 pip stop loss, and we're about 6.5, 7 pips in drawdown right now. Let's see. Very interesting reaction from DJ right now. So we don't have, any candle that closed below that 5-minute EMA. So it's being fairly respected the last 3 5-minute candles now, even the current 5-minute candle. Let's see how that closes off. And we're just under less than a minute left now to close off the hour. So will this flip, bullish, or will we see a continuation of the bearish momentum here, right? Slight bearish momentum. All right, so we're looking at the bearish push. I told you guys we need a potential close, bullish close on the 5-minute candle to close off the hour, and that's what we're looking at right now. But let's see, do we have enough momentum to continue pushing upwards? And so the next hour, right, and the next 50-minute candle or so forth would continue up. Let's see. All right, so we open up the hour now. We're right at break even. Will we continue up? So it did reject the 5-minute EMA. And will it continue up and respect this range? And potentially move right back up, right? So we do have a few non-wick candles here to fill here, 182,700 zone, and then 182,800, which is our TP here. So slight consolidation zone down here, right? Closed right at right below break even, and now it's kind of consolidating in this zone. Could it come down to tap the 50-minute EMA before it comes back up, or will we respect the 5-minute EMA, tap this, and continue upwards? So let's see how USD CAD closes as well. So USD CAD is in the small consolidation zone for the larger range. So we have to keep that in mind as well. Let's see. Again, we could get a strong bullish momentum here all the way up. So I will let runners run if it does reach the TP here. Let runners run to the top end here and potentially get 2 TPs out of the setup, right? All right, so now we broke even and slightly in profit here. But because this followed all, the whole game plan here, this followed everything from end to end. And, there's too many confluences for the setup to go wrong, right? Not saying it still can't go wrong, but because of all the game plan followed, even if this hit a stop loss, I'll be satisfied with the setup because, there's a lot of confluences for our side, right? So it's completely fine. As long as you follow your game plan, you still lose, it's fine. Losing is a part of the game. As long as you are not breaking your rules when you have to enter a setup, right? All right, so again, the bullish push right before the hour close kind of pushed us right to the break-even point, and now the 1 hour close now, we could see a potential wick to the downside. We did have a slight wick here, and now we're looking at for it to push all the way up here, right? To continue this move up and to hit the top end here. There are non-wick candles here on both ends, on both or 2 parts within this range, and then we're looking for the move up above that because they will break out of the zone and then hit the larger range here, which we've been talking about throughout the stream, right? So we've been talking about that larger range playing out, and that's why we avoided sell stops multiple times during the stream, with the explanation given. And then we had a buy stop initially that we could have set. It didn't reach the EMA. Once it did reach, the EMA, the 5-minute EMA here, at that point we set it. We got activated about 5 minutes prior to the hour closure, and now the new 5-minute candle of the new hour candle is kind of resting at the break-even point, right, for a potential push up to close, fill up the non-wick candles, and complete the range here, right? So the range would be right here, 1 to 1, 2 to 2. And again, I talked about why this range could be respected, which it was. And now we're, settling here in a small consolidation zone to continue up here to the top end of the range and beyond. So let runners run once it reaches here, if it reaches here. And that would complete the range as well on the smaller end, right? So 20 pip range, not bad. But we need to kind of break out of this consolidation zone. Once it breaks out of this consolidation zone, it could definitely reach the target. Now we do have the 15-minute EMA below. Will it try to chase that before it comes back up? Right, the 30 is right around our, low end of the drawdown, right? So let's see. If it respects this range, the 5-minute range going on here, it's going to continue up. If it doesn't, it may come down to tap the 50-minute EMA and then continue up. But again, I see that this range could be completed in the next, 5-10 minutes here, right? It seems like a clean move. Small reaction zone here, but nothing crazy. But we're right here back at break even again. One push above this, right? The 182,640 area. One push above that, I think it can reach the non-wick candle here, 182,700, and then all the way back up here. Another 5-minute candle opening here, and it's right around the break-even point, right? Slightly in drawdown, but pretty much at the break-even mark here. Okay. And you can see the fact that it's settling right at the bottom end of that range, the small range, you can see that that's a good level of support here, right? Good level of either end of the range that you know that this is where price can reverse, right? So that's a good indication. And keeping in mind that that's where the reversals can happen, but it can also be a continuation downwards as well, right? But again, because we have our game plan set here in terms of waiting for the third touch to the third touch, which is a very high accuracy touch here in most settings when, you know, everything markets are moving normally, we could anticipate the move back up. But again, that 15-minute EMA could be tapped prior to it reaching it reversing here. But let's see. There's no 5-minute candle that has closed below the 5-minute EMA here, right? So we just entered a new 5-minute candle. So even if the current candle pushes down to the 15-minute EMA and the 5-minute still comes right back up, right? So still there's no closure below that EMA, right? But again, if we get a sudden push, strong push, then the 20 pip stop loss can be tapped out, right? So that's the thing. But currently the 5-minute EMA is very strong. It's holding up strong for this 5-minute range, and that's why we needed a tap of the 5-minute EMA before we consider the buy stops, right? That's why I wasn't confident in setting the buy stops until I got that tap, so we can move forward with the trade setup. So let's see. So still 3 minutes left to the 5-minute candle closure here. Are we going to see a continuation downwards and a close below that EMA, or are we going to see just a wick and then a continuation upwards? You can see now, I mean, I don't really use the 3-minute, but you can see that the range being formed out on the 3-minute as well, right? Albeit that it's a small range, but nonetheless, you can see what's going on here, right? So it's still ranging now below, but a potential close can be still above, right? And let's go back to the 5-minute now, and you can see that it's rejecting the EMA, so it's going to reverse here potentially, right? And so now if this candle closes above here, this one can definitely push above here, right? And that's what we're anticipating here. So everything's working perfectly in line. Still very, very confident with the setup. And these are the setups that, even if it goes wrong, you're very satisfied because everything was working in line. It could have just been some odd, abnormal movement that stopped you out. We did, see that last week a few times. But other than that, working very fine in line. And 5-minute EMA is holding up strong. Now we have we're 1 minute shy of a new 5-minute candle. And could that be the game changer here, right? So could that be the game changer and reverse everything with a good push up? All right, we may see that now. So we're just seconds shy of the 5-minute closure, candle closure. Let's see. Still in the consolidation zone here. So, I mean, that's still holding up 8-9 pips here. However, price is still around the break-even point, right? So on the upper end of that range, or this small consolidation zone. And let's see. Just waiting for the new 5-minute candle to see. So, it opened right at the break-even point now. No wick below. Could definitely come right back down. So maybe come down to that zone, create a wick, and then maybe push back up. If not, then we're looking at a potential push down and waiting for the push up again for the reversal after the EMA tap here. So let's see. But if this 5-minute closes strong, it could break above the 182.640 zone, and that could get us to our move, right? But GJ may have other plans. You can see now the strong push, right? So this was kind of, I could see this move because it continued to come down to the 5-minute EMA. Continued. Price came down, once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times already now in the last 5, 4 or 5 candles. And we are approaching now the 50-minute candle closure. But again, if the 5-minute holds strong, this could continue, or all the way reverse here and continue up here. But the 5-minute EMA is holding strong right now. Again, how strong will it hold or continue to hold? I mean, I'm not sure again, right? So that's where you can start seeing now, okay, well, if it's not really holding up now and it continues to tap, 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 then it could break that as well, right? Now in the next 4 minutes now, we're going to see another 50-minute candle opening, right? And the 50-minute candle, 50-minute EMA is below. So I would want to see a bullish push here before the 50-minute candle opens to be more confident in this setup, right? Sometimes it's relaxing in this zone, in this range here, and it's too close to the EMA, which, the new candle is going to open up to, right? So I would look to see a bullish push here and into profit here for me to feel more confident that the trade doesn't go back into drawdown again with the new 50-minute candle opening in less than 3 minutes. So a lot of things to look at while you're setting up. Again, this a good part of trade management is also closing the trade in drawdown if you feel that it may most likely hit the stops because of certain factors as the one I mentioned, right? So if the 15-minute candle now is approaching and price is still reacting in that, and there's a 50-minute EMA down below, right, which the 5-minute candle continues to try to hunt because it continues to push down, then I need to consider, a different plan here. But if this current 5-minute candle can continue up here now, right, now I tapped it again, can I just push up, break above this zone, push up into this territory, right? And the next 5-minute candle can continue pushing up to close out. And we could see now, maybe before the half-hour candle opens up, that we look at price reaching in this area. And then with the 4-hour candle closure, we could see that the price break above here, close our runners, and we anticipate the sell stops in pre-New York session or into New York session as well, right? So that's the game plan. So current candle, again, I'm looking at seeing that this candle, because they range quite a few here, right? You can see now the 3-minute had a lot of, movement in this zone here. Now, we understand that that's just part of the, consolidation zone. But now we need to see a break above, or it may come down to the 50-minute EMA now. So it's pushing down again, and it may come down. But you can see now there's no 15-minute candle that closed above or below this range once it got into this range, right? So if this is the first closure below, right, first 50-minute candle closing below this range right here, starting from, let's say here, once it taps into this range, there's no 50-minute candle that closed above or below, right? And that's what we look at. So even on the 5-minute as well, right? So, I mean, you could consider that this is, but this could still be a part of the bottom end of the range here as well, right? We could still draw out the range here, and that's perfectly fine. It went up here. This candle is slightly wicked down here, but the 1-to-1 touch would be here to here, 2-to-2. So even if I drew out the range here, it's perfectly fine, right? 1-to-1, 2-to-2. And now we got the third touch, and we're looking for the push up here. Now, we can also see that the candle may close around the EMA tap, and then the next candle just continues. So this is a 50-minute candle now. New 50-minute candle here. We could see that this continues, just flips and just pushes up, right? All the way up bullish. No wick on the current candle. Is it going to push towards the EMA or is it going to reverse here? Right? So even the last 5-minute candle did not close below the EMA, right? But seems to me that it's hunting that 50-minute EMA. Could come down there. The 30-minute EMA is right there as well. But because of the non-wick candle here, we could see that it may tap the 50-minute and reverse here. But because of a lot of the 5-minute candles continuing down, you could see that it could push down first before it comes back up. Now, we do have a 20 pip stop loss. But is that, is that enough to hold up this setup here? If we're looking at the bearish momentum or bullish momentum, sorry. So about to tap the 50-minute EMA here with no wick on the current candle. That's another sign of a flip here. Okay, it's about to tap. Or did it tap? It went down almost 9 pips here. So, a strong push down here. Okay, yeah, just tap now. Will it continue to push down? Strong bullish, bearish push here. So let's see. Will it continue down or will it reverse here? All right, so we had a good breathing room for the setup. But now it seems like, is it going to continue down to push down here? Which is going to respect, our sell stops that, we avoided, right? But let's see. Getting very, very interesting here. USD CAD is moving up now, but no wick on this current candle either. So let's see. So 15-minute EMA has been respected here. Has it? Is it going to reject here? No wick on the current candle. So the reversal is likely. But again, because of the momentum, could we see a push against us right here? That's the thing. And even then, even though this candle, there's no 5-minute candle that closed below the EMA as of yet. Even this candle, even though with the strong push, it has not closed below that EMA, right? But again, will this be the difference here? Will this be the push down that closes below the EMA, right? And that's I guess going to be the breakout here. If not, if it closes above and reverses here, then we're right back in the game. Let's see. So tapping the 50-minute, looking for the bounce back. USD CAD now, no wick on the current candle, and it's in this range now. Look at that. Left that range, and now it's in this range. So we could see the reversal on USD CAD as well. No wick on the current candle, and can push down here. Let's see how many pips this range is. So 9-10 pips here as well. But we're looking at closing the next 5-minute candle now in less than 2 minutes. So if this closes below, then this may be a breakout here, right? And it's pushing down further now. Right down. Oh, wow. Strong push. You can see now it battled this range up here. Moved all the way up here. But just a lot of just weird reactions here. A lot of non-wick candles as well for GJ. And we may close this 5-minute candle. So the only 5-minute candle that closed below may be this candle, as far as, when GJ was respecting the 5-minute range, right? So this may be the only one that closes below, and that could be the difference maker in terms of stopping us out. All right, but nonetheless, we'll see how everything is reacting here. But you can see now there's a larger range in play as well. And there's a smaller range in play as well. All right, so yeah, this 5-minute candle is going to close below. And that could have been the difference maker here. This is our first setup for GJ. And for the week. Let's see. Oh, a strong push here. So there's a 30-minute EMA is there as well. And we're about to close the 5-minute candle here. So look at that strong bearish push here. Wow, very strong. Wow. Yep, was hunting those EMAs. Kept it at 20 pip stop loss, but not too strong. Everything was in line, so no issue there. We're still in the setup, however. Let's see. Did it tap the 30-minute? Not yet. But it's about to. Again, no wick on the current 5-minute candle either. So let's see here. I mean, let's see how the 50-minute candle closes as well. Because the 50-minute candle right here also has no wick. Right? So can this push back up? But will it stop us up before that? That's the thing. That's the battle here. And however, the 5-minute did close below. But now are we looking at the 50-minute candle? Because there's also no 50-minute candle that closed above. So 5-minute now did close, but now the 50-minute still is respected here. So could we see a 50-minute candle reversal here? We still have 9 minutes to go. And could that be the difference maker here? Right? So let's see. There is no wick on the current candle. So could we see that this is a difference maker here? And we survived the setup. But again, there's a 30-minute EMA below. So that's the only challenge here. But again, we have seen price where it nearly taps but avoids it. In this current setup, the 50-minute candle is more of the strong point that we're looking at here. So let's see, could it reject this, reverse here, and continue upwards? Let's see. So you know, USD CAD is reversing here, so we'll see. Still got 8 minutes left. I mean, this setup could complete before 8 minutes in terms of, you know, stopping us out. However, it could also push all the way back up and close and complete, or come back to, you know, create not only a wick, but a wick, it could be a fake out to the downside and a push up above. Let's see. So it's reacting at the 50-minute EMA now. So that's how it, you know, price kind of hopped back in here. Let's see. So because we had adjusted, you know, our buy stops from 182.630 to 182.610, it gave me some leeway to set the stops at, you know, 20 pips. And that could be the difference maker here in this case. So whenever you see price kind of adjusting, you know, below, you can always adjust your buy stops to get a better entry and kind of an earlier push into, you know, tapping your TP1. So, all right, so we see that there's a rejection of the EMA. Now, will it be strong enough to push all the way back up to 182.580 zone and back into our range here, right? So the USD CAD is also respecting here on the 50-minute as well. So let's see. Will it respect that and continue right back in? So if it breaks above the 182.600 zone, I mean, we could definitely see the next candle push all the way back up. Even though the 5-minute broke out, the 50-minute hasn't necessarily broken out of here, because once it entered this range, there's no 50-minute candle that that broke, you know, above or below this range, other than the current one, but the current one hasn't closed yet. Right, so that's the battle here right now. But let's see. Let's see. So we still have about 6 minutes left and 5 minutes left to. 1 minute left to close off a 5-minute candle. Again, we would need a bullish push here for the next 5-minute candle to continue upwards. Right now it's looking a little sluggish here. Let's see. Okay, here's a 5-minute candle opening. So it's right at the 50-minute EMA mark. Will it reject it or will it push up above? Let's see here. It's a very, very key candle here that can decide our fate, right? Okay. So I'm just switching back from the 5-minute and 15-minute to see. Yeah, so the price is rejecting the, from the from up above, right? So once it continues to tap and it bounces right back down. So we need one bullish close here, right? So the candle, ideally now we would need to close at the 182.580 zone for it to come right back into the range, right? But that's, being more than actually, hold on, never mind. I was going to say that maybe that's being too optimistic, but again, for the straight setup to complete, um, and for this range to be respected, it has to happen. But this range could again be very much alive as well, right? So let's see. No giving up on the setup unless you hit your stops. So let's see. Again, it's coming back to on the 5-minute, tapping the 50-minute EMA and rejecting that. But we need a bullish push here, right? A strong bullish push will do the trick here. So no wick on the current 5-minute candle. So that's also a different scenario here. But let's see. So right now it's battling the 50-minute EMA right now, right? So very, very important candle here to close. The 50-minute would have to close right back into this range right here to continue up, right? A good push down to nearly stop us out. Oops. But could that just be a fake out to the upside? And instead of being stopped out, we could capture not only one TP, but maybe potentially two TPs with the runners running up above here. So let's see. Less than 3 minutes left. Very, very interesting here how things can close out. Let's see. Now, one thing to consider here, when it was tapping the 5-minute EMA here, especially once it was, very bearish here, you can see that how many candles were just bearish. That's why I was a little hesitant to see with the bearish close. But with this reversal here and into, the new hour here, thought we would get that finish. So that didn't work to our favor. But again, that's something to consider, seeing if you want to wait out for the new hour to see if the 50-minute can be tapped here. But nonetheless, not too bad. We're just 2 minutes shy, less than 2 minutes shy of the 50-minute candle closing. And we would need to see GJ push up at least 7 pips in less than 2 minutes. Right? If it does that, it falls right back in the range. I mean, then this could be a full reversal here, right? With just a crazy fake out here. But that's if GJ pushes up above here. All right, so let's see. Still around that 50-minute EMA zone. Let's see how this closes. I mean, still in that area. Got less than a minute left now. All right, here comes the close. Now this current candle does have a wick. Okay. Now here comes the close now. Wow. So we're getting a push here. So we did not close. We did not close into that marker here, right? So we were about how many pips shy? So very interesting. We're about 6 pips shy of closing back into the range, right? Or I mean even 5 pips shy, right? And the current candle now has no wick. So could we anticipate a move up here? And let's look at the 30-minute here. So yeah, so even the 30-minute now did not close below. So that's not a good indication now. So this could come back down. Now there's a EMA tap here. So if it rejects it here. So now the thing is now there are non-wick candles here. There's about 1, 2, and 3 in the 5-minute time frame here. So if it rejects it here, we could see a push up above. But the way, GJ is moving right now, it's not to normal capacity right here, because normally we would see, the wick fill here, especially on the lower time frames and respecting the range. But I guess it broke out here. Maybe it's, some Monday, a Monday pullback here, to start off the week. But if this trade reaches around the break-even zone, let's see. But I'm still in this setup here, right? Because the way it closed bullish, we could get bullish momentum to fill up that non-wick candle. And if it bursts out of that zone, then we could definitely see it breaking above as well, right? So you can see how it rejected the EMA twice now, tapped it twice, one with a full, bearish momentum push, which nearly tapped us out. And the current one rejected and could see a bearish push to fill up the non-wick candle and potentially move up above that as well. So let's see. If it does move up above that zone, it could continue to fill up the other non-wick candle as well. And the 1 hour, you can see that it could have been a whole rejection fake out here, right? To continuation upwards. But just that 30-minute EMA that's waiting below, that's the challenge right here, right now, right? So let's see. Now, even with the wick or the candle not closing up to the wick area, right? So it could also be that the actual range is around this zone, right? So you can see now that we could also have this range being tradable, 1-to-1, and then second touch here, and it closes up here, and then we could get the touch up here as well. So you could see how if you adjust it, you could still see that it can be fitting, right? But we're going to play out with what we have here, and you can see even on the 1 hour, you can slightly adjust it as well, the range right here, right? So with that adjustment, because it closed a few pips shy, you could see that it may just still be a part of that range, and we could, continue within that range. Let's see. And the fact that there's non-wick candles, especially, more than a few within that range capacity, with a larger time frame, range as well, we could see that it can continue upwards. So there's good confluences up above. Again, that's why I feel satisfied that even if this hits our stops, our setups and everything, our game plan was still in accordance, which is perfectly fine, right? So if we have irregular movement from GJ, that's out of our control, right? Even in a clean setup, that's out of our control. And as long as our game plan is being followed, and over time, if you see that edge, you should be profitable, right? So let's see. Do we get a push up above, or we, see GJ push down to the 30-minute EMA? Let's see here. USD CAD is pushing down here, but I don't like the ranges on USD CAD right now. It's just nothing is too clear. And I did mention that it is a CAD bank holiday, so for Canada. So if that's, affecting USD CAD in certain ways, we'll see. But it did have a bearish push here initially, prior to London opening. All right, here we have GJ again moving down. So again, one bullish candle here can change everything on the GJ setup here, but we're still in this setup. Let's see here. We have one bearish close here, or bullish close, can change everything about GJ right now. Let's see. So we're another new 5-minute candle, right? So we could see, will it be stuck in this consolidation zone, or will this break out here? Let's see. Could come to tap the 5-minute EMA. All right, and then right above the 5-minute EMA, there is, so you can see even it closed 4 pips below that, non-wick candle, so it's not bad. Could it come to tap the 5-minute EMA and continue up, or is it going to consolidate in this zone here? Right? Okay, so it's pushing down now. Wow. Okay. Past the 50-minute EMA, or will it? Let's see here. Ooh, strong push. About to tap the 30-minute. You see now it's this consolidation zone right here. Always consolidating in some zone. Earlier it was this. Now it is this. So it's, I guess, reacting or rejecting the 50-minute EMA, but it's a strong push here. You can see on the 4-hour for USD CAD, it's all the way back up here. On the 2-hour, you can see now, completely came all the way back. Right, so now on the larger time frame, let me just take a look at GJ here, 30-minute, okay, definitely coming down. On the, let me remove these smaller ranges here on USD CAD. Let's see GJ here. Yeah, this may just stop us out here. Barely any breathing room here. But on USD CAD, let me just draw this out. You could see this setup right here. Right, to a certain degree. On the larger time frames, of course. Alright, so it did tap the 30-minute EMA, but still, the EMA is still alive here. Wow. So look at this. It's another 9-10 pip consolidation zone, and then it was in this consolidation zone. And then we had this range that we, slightly could have respected, but still pushed down beyond that. But let's see. Wow, it's a very close one here. But yeah, very choppy for USD CAD on the smaller time frames here. So it's very tough to see what USD CAD is nearly doing here. But you can see this type of range right here. Okay, here's GJ now. Still active here. Tap the 30-minute EMA now. And we got a 5-minute candle closure coming up. And a new 5-minute candle opening. Very, very interesting now what's GJ going to do, because we do have a non-wick candle down here as well. Right now, will it go back up first, complete that, and then come back down, or will it stop us out, come down, and then the buy stops will be somewhere comparable, down here to set before the move up. Okay, so let's see how the 5-minute candle opened up. Came up slightly, but still pushing down here. Okay, now it's, so it tapped the 30-minute EMA, and now it's rejecting the 50-minute EMA, potentially. Let's see this current candle now. Will it push up? You can see on the 3-minute here as well, there's a range going on. 5-minute now, could it continue up or is it going to continue down, right? So if this pushes down now, this could definitely stop us out down here. But still alive in this setup. Okay, so we're about 4 minutes away from a new 50-minute candle. The setup has taken so long, just to formalize first before we entered. We're at an hour and a half into the stream. And now, normally we'll go for maybe 2 or 3 setups, but if the setup drags on too long, I may not, try to enter another one for the day, right? Keep it at one setup just for today. Personally speaking, I may look for, waiting for the longer range to form and trade that. Also wait for a New York session if you want to trade the smaller ranges, or just slightly pre-New York. But yeah, USD CAD looked a little choppy, so that's why they want to enter USD CAD today. Now GJ was giving us such a good sign here, but again, it's just rejecting to the downside. So let's see. So we're 3 minutes shy of the 50-minute candle closure. Will the 50-minute candle close as a wick, or above the EMA here or below, right? The 30-minute candle opened up 12 minutes ago, so that still has another 50-minute candle to go to close, and then open up the new hour, and then now the new hour is going to be a 4-hour candle coming up. So could we get a huge bullish push on the 4-hour candle to hit the top here, or we're going to have to wait for the next 4-hour candle? But until then, are we going to be stopped out, right? So this was our setup here. Let's see how the 50-minute candle closes. Again, one bearish candle here, or bullish candle, can do the trick here, right? Can bring us all the way back up here, fill up this non-wick candle on the 50-minute time frame, and continue upwards, right? That move can still happen. Just one candle can reverse everything here. But still very much alive. Came very, very close. Alrighty, so less than 2 minutes. Again, we could see they reject the EMA to the upside, but need one bullish candle to change, the whole scenery here, right? Now just 1 minute shy. So it's right around the EMA mark here. So let's see, does it reject it? Does it close above or below? Very interesting here. It's right around that area now. Moving up and below the EMA. let's see. Okay, now it's below. Pushing down. All right, so it closed below the EMA now. So this is another sign that it'll continue down. But just with the irregular movement right now with GJ, could we get that one bearish push here? Let's see. Or bullish push. Still alive in the setup, however. Okay, no wick on the downside, so you definitely see this coming back down. Let's see here. So USD CAD is moving up. Could close at the top here. Let's see here. So yeah, so it's, you know, rejecting the EMA here, but again, do we get one bearish, one bullish push from GJ? Maybe to fill up the non-wick candle here. Let's see. Do we get that one bullish push? So a lot of time to close off the 4-hour candle and the 1-hour candle. Let's see here. Okay, no, pushing down here. This is 30-minute time frame now. Let's see. Okay, now yeah, USD CAD is pushing up here as well now. Let's see. So could we see something like this on USD CAD? Move it over here. Adjust it over here. Yeah, GJ is right, you know, just a few pips shy of stopping us out here, but it's just been, I mean, in that zone now so often now. How many candles that it, you know, came down here? But again, one bullish push here may do the trick before the 4-hour candle closure here. So we never know here, right? Because of irregular movement to the downside, we could get that push right back up into that range area, and potentially all the way up. So let's see. This is GJ for you guys today, right? So let's see. Yeah, so I mean, if that closes bullish here in the next, you know, what, odd 11, 12 minutes here, then we could see all that push up. But that's a strong bullish push, especially with the bearish momentum. That's a strong bullish push if it, you know, does do that. But we are not sure yet, right? Will it stop us out before it does that, or will it continue up first? Sorry, if it will just continue up before the 4-hour candle closure here. But this is the 4-hour chart here. You can see that it's a strong bearish momentum right now, and we're just a few pips shy of stopping us out, but it's not going down there right now. So let's see. It went down as far as the 30-minute EMA. Will it push past that or not? Let's see. Now we're about to approach another 5-minute candle coming up. So let's see how that closes. But USD CAD can definitely reach up here. How many pips is that away? We're 12 pips away. Let's see. So yeah, let's see. I mean, do we survive this on the 4-hour chart? Sorry, before the 4-hour close? Let's see. I guess moving, you know, the stops with the, you know, 182.630 initially, and then the 182.610, that allowed us to get the 20 pips. And look, if we didn't, we would have been stopped out by now. So that movement downwards allowed us to, adjust the buy stops, which is allowing us to survive right now. But for how long, and if are we going to get a continuation up? So another push down, another bearish push from GJ. No wick above, but could this be it? I mean, this trade has dragged on now. It's only a 20 pip stop loss here. Here we're getting a push from USD CAD to the potential top end of this range. And here GJ comes down, approaching the 30-minute EMA. We got just under 10 minutes left to close off the 4-hour candle and then the 1-hour candle as well. Let's see. Very interesting how GJ will close, but it's right above our stops right now. Now, a 20 pip stop loss here. The trade has still been active for from the 3:45 mark, so over an hour and 6 minutes now into this trade right now. Still active. Has not hit our stops and has not hit our TP here. But a lot of bearish push or momentum here. Bearish movement. Alright, here it may come to stop us out. Right at the 30-minute EMA right here. Yeah, this might be the stop here. CSD CAD must be pushing up. Okay. Yeah, right here. No wick on the current candle, however, but is a bearish push strong enough to just stop us out here? Right, so right at the 30-minute EMA right here. Okay. Okay, here it comes. All right. Nearly. And USD CAD comes up as well. Still got 3 minutes left to close out the 5-minute candle, but this could just stop us out prior to that. All right, it's a very strong bearish push here. And nearly being stopped out here, guys. Nearly being stopped out here. Oh, wow. I mean, can you guys believe it right here? Still surviving this. Wow. Man, this is just crazy right here. So it came back, crossed the 30-minute EMA, and still did not tap into our stops. All right, here comes another push from GJ. All right, USD CAD is coming up, so I think I'll look for the sell stops for USD CAD here. But just GJ needs to do something here, reactionary. Oh, that was very close. All right, so I'll look for sell stops on USD CAD here. But again, if these don't form during the stream, I'll leave you guys with this idea. All right, here GJ comes again. So we're about 1 minute shy of the 5-minute candle closure. Again, could stop us out here. the 135, 1.35980 zone. But this is an idea right now, guys. So not certain. Okay, here GJ comes back. Okay, so came right down. And now we're looking to see if, let's see. Okay, it's pushing back up. Wow, strong push. Wow. This would be somewhat of a story right here if we survive this one. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, still in this setup. Wow, but can this survive here? We don't know. I mean, the 4 hour is going to close in about 4 minutes here. So could we see it's probably rejecting the 15-minute? No, it's not there yet. USD CAD is pushing up here. So I'm looking at this setup right here. Right, you can see this. But now look on the 4 hour now. Could I just continue bullish here? Right? But let's see, it does reject here. We do have some non-wick candles here as well. Let's see here. So USD CAD sell stops. Let me just look at GJ meanwhile. So GJ, okay, it's coming right back down now. And let's see. Okay, it's pushing down. So 3 minutes left, but we could see the stop out right here. This candle could be the candle right now to stop us out right before the 4 hour. But I mean, if we survive the 4 hour as well, I mean, could see a bullish push potentially all the way back up there. This would be something. Still in the setup, guys. Yeah, so we got 2 minutes shy of the 4 hour and 1 hour candle closure. So big candle closing coming. And USD CAD has to reach that level. So the 980. So looking for this. So what, 30? Let's do 35 pips here. Okay, so GJ is closing right around that area now. 980 would be the sell stops. Again, that's an idea right now. And it would be 17 pips stop loss. Right, with 35 pip TP. We can even make it 34 actually. Yeah, 34 is fine. Need USD CAD to push above here. Let's look at GJ real quickly. Okay, so just 1 minute shy, guys. So it seems like we're going to survive the 4 hour, at least temporarily. Yeah. But again, the 4 hour could close, you know, bearish quickly, and then this just stops us out. So let's see, any second now. This is where how the 4-hour looks like right now. Okay. All right, here is the opening. No wick on the current candle, and that is the 4-hour candle here. Right there. All right, so it's coming right back down again. Let's see. Does it move back up? So we could see a potential tap of the 5-minute EMA and 50-minute EMA, right? But does it push past that, right? 1, 1, 2, 2. Potential third touch to third touch above. So it's been in this consolidation zone, but all right, here we get a bearish push. And could come to tap the EMA and past that as well. So let's see. And then the USD CAD setup is nearly forming. We're about 3 pips shy of the target zone, but we needed to move above at least to the 136 020 zone so we could set these sell stops. But here is GJ still in this setup right now. Let's see what it does. And this is the current 4-hour candle right now, right? So could definitely come down bearish and stop us out and target the next EMA, which is the 1-hour EMA and the non-wick candle as well. Let's see. Yep, I think here it may be right there. Yeah, this might be it. 30-minute is probably being tapped right now, or nearly. Yep, right there. And USD CAD must be coming up. Okay, perfect. Alrighty. Alright, GJ is really dragging this now. So let's see. We need something out of this movement. It's only a 20 pip stop loss. But it's been almost more than an hour and a half now in the setup. Alright, here it comes. Yep, right there. Cross the EMA, the 30-minute EMA, and right there. Okay, that's a stop out. That's a stop out, and it may hunt. It may hunt the 1-hour EMA and right back in this range. So you can see now how it adjusted here. Very similar to this setup right here where it moved up above, and then pushed right back down here, right? So now it did the same exact thing. And with the sell stops, it would have been valid, but you know what? Still satisfied with the setup. It's okay. We had everything in line, and if it moved against us, I mean, GJ can do that. It's completely fine. That's just one setup, maybe 1%. And now what I can look for is GJ can come down here. Yeah, GJ can push down here, guys. I may consider this because now USD CAD may flip here, as it's about to do, while GJ may come down to tap the 1-hour and maybe reverse here as well. So very, very interesting now. But again, I may not be on the stream for this just because it's still London session, post London opening, but to stay for that long, it may drag into New York session. So this is where you guys need to be tracking it as well yourselves. This is where key factors come in as well. So let's see here. So we need that push up from USD CAD to be active in this setup. So again, I'm leaving you guys with this 980. That's an idea. It needs to push above here, guys. So we need that push above here. Potential, wick here. and then once it comes down, so once it has a little bit of breathing room, so 4 or 5 pips is decent amount of breathing room. Once it comes down here, then we look for the move down for USD CAD. Right, so that's one setup. And the second setup would be, so now it's coming down here, so we could see a tap of the 4 hour. The 2 hours below, but that's fine. There was a daily as well, so it rejected the daily as well. Wow, okay. Didn't consider that, but it was around the 15-minute EMA. We could see that it can reject the 4 hour, maybe potentially wick, right? It could wick here, and then we could set a buy stop here in this range to continue up, TP here, and another TP here as well, right? Runners run up to that point, and then the sell stops. I mean, if the way GD is moving right now, I mean, here USD CAD comes as well. So these both setups can be active on stream, but again, I don't know if I can stay that long for the stream. It's past 5 a.m. Eastern time now. Let's see. So what I'm looking for, GJ, is a push down here, and then a potential wick here before price comes back up here. Maybe I can set my buy stops here slightly around the 182 to, let's do 230, and then the push up TP1. I mean, that's probably greater than TP1 here. Let's see, depending on how you want to set your TP. Yeah, oh yeah, this is probably 2 TP set up here, 3 TP. Oh yeah, this could be a very, very clean setup here. So that's what GD is forming out to be. Again, we're still working towards our direction here, right? Overall. Okay, here comes USD CAD. Okay, nice push from USD CAD, guys. And GD is moving alike as well. So let's move this idea. Let's go over here. So again, if the previous wicks on the 4-hour EMA, you can see that there was some strong wicks, right? There was this 16 pip wick. This one was 23 pips. And then we had some smaller pips here. Again, it could respect its range. However, we could see a wick below the EMA, is the 4-hour EMA, which is right below the range. So we're going to expect a wick below the EMA here, and then set the stop. So what I would look for is, I'm going to make this red line here, guys, right here. If I see the price moving down to this area slightly below, that's how many pips below the EMA here? 2, 3 pips. Let's just do it slightly here as well, right? So the 181, 182, 230. At that point, I'm going to set some buy stops here, which is going to be around the 182. What is this? 182. 220. Let me make this an idea here. Okay, so this is one game plan here, guys. Price comes down here, and I'm setting my buy stops around 180. Let me just see how many pips this is below. 8 pips. 9 pips. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. This is good. And wow, the price is moving pretty fast right now. Okay, so USD CAD needs to move slightly up because we're still not in our target zone here, but you can see how exact it's moving. We need it to move up above the 136. Let me make a array here as well to target that area. So I need it at least up to the 136.40 zone. That should be about how many pips above? About 5-6 pips, I believe. Yeah, exactly about 6 pips. Right, so around this zone here, guys, let's even do it 136.050, right? Because we could see a push above, and then I would set these stops, and these would be the TP as well, right here, right? So I'm gonna put markers here now. So while we wait for the the price to move in that direction, I'm just gonna see if if price does come down, with USD CAD comes up, and then maybe we can activate the stops within the stream. Let's see, what's 34 pips, so 17. So we're on 135.810. Right there. That'll be TP1. And this right here, which would be pretty much the bottom end of the range, would be TP2. Okay guys, so that's that. And I already told you guys about GJ. Once it breaks below this, I'm looking at this setup here. So 182.220. And so we're going to slightly adjust this. So this is 24 pips. Let's do. This is a larger range, right? So I'm going to keep it larger here. Let's do 25. Yeah, that's good. Alrighty, so this would be the other setup here, guys. Again, USD CAD is not active because it did not reach that area. So if it drops from here, it's not a setup that I would enter. Again, we need some confidence. So you can see it's no wick here, so it could push back up. No issue. And GJ, to get to the 4-hour EMA, still has about 18 pips to go. It was about 14, and then about another 3-4 pips below. So 20 to 25 pips, it has to jump down before we can consider this trade idea. And it'll be a 25 pip stop loss for a 74. Even you can even do 75 here. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, so TP1, TP2. And let's take a look at the other one. Right, so we're going to catch up on these setups and evaluate them. I will through my different groups as well, Telegram and other platforms, but we'll look at it in real time on video tomorrow during the London session. But let me just add the take profits here. Let's see. So this is our red zone here where we anticipate the price reaching at least 2, where we can our indication to set the buy stops. But yeah, let me add the take profits here. So 25 pip stop loss, and we're going to have 3 TPs here potentially. But again, if you have taken my course and you understand trade management the way I've put it down in the document, that's where the understanding has to be met, right? So you have to know how to adjust your stops, how to adjust your profit, take profit, or stops according to your take profits and so forth. And that document can be found. So I call it the blueprint document within my course. So you guys can take a look at that to see how you can adjust the stops and so forth. and manage the trade overall. Okay, so let me put the raise here now. So let's go to 25 pips. That's at the 182,470. And then we have 725. Right there, TP2. And then we should have the ray right at the top here. And let's just calculate to make sure. It should be 25 right there. Yeah, perfect. TP3 right there. Right, I can even, yeah, put it right below TP1. Actually, it's fine. TP2 and TP3. Yeah. Right, so that's the setup, guys. Told you guys how to evaluate this. Remember that I do avoid if there's some high impact news coming, right, which there is not for today. Actually, there is at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So if there is news, and even 11 a.m. as well Eastern time, so that's in 5 and 6 hours from now, or less than that, right? So I would avoid them if I'm approaching that time, and this let's say the price has not reached there. I would avoid that because it can, for example, if the news is coming right now, it could tap here, boom, down here, tap us in, and then boom, right? So to avoid that, we don't want that. We want normal market conditions for our setups, and then we go ahead and take those, right? But this is the setup that I'll be looking at for GJ personally as well, and the USD CAD setup here as well. So you can see now USD CAD is moving up. We may be tapped into the setup before the stream ends, but I don't intend on staying for too long, guys. So let's see. I think that just got adjusted here. All right, let's see. Using our prices, slightly stalling out. Again, that's just normal, and that's the reason why I can continue streaming, but this could take hours and hours and all the way into New York session. We did I think we did do that a couple times, but it drags on, right? So that's why I have to do it in a timely manner. Otherwise, setup is not valid. It may not form, right? But again, GJ is not far off from the indicating area, so it could happen within this hour, the next hour, the hour prior to London opening or New York opening, sorry, or into New York opening. But it's not far of a move for it to reach the red zone here, which would allow us to set the buy stops here, right? It's not far off. The EMA is not far off. A lot of wicking to the downside, right? So let's see. That's what we've drawn out. Let's see how that forms. Again, I'm looking to see, if there's a big push down, we may just get the setup right now, but not sure completely, right? And USD CAD, same thing. Although USD CAD is not far off from this move, about 7 pips, 6-7 pips from that red zone, for me to kind of react to adding the sell stops. But remember, there's some high impact USD news coming, right? So have to be careful. So I would want the move to complete prior to that high impact news, because probably don't want to avoid. If I want to avoid that, then it's going to get late into Monday, and I don't know if the markets will move fairly on a Monday as well, right? So we have to be careful. One stop out for a GJ today, but I can't seem to find another setup right now, right? Unless it is kind of ranging here, but it's too small of a movement here. It's not large enough, right? So, and that's how GJ's been moving in small components and then just breaking out, right? So I'm comfortable with just one setup. I was comfortable with the setup overall, right? It did not tap into what we wanted to, even though it may still be moving in our direction, right? Originally, if you watch the stream, you would see that we did have the sell stops here, right? We did have 1 and 1, 2 and 2, and we had price, this break above here. So that's why we avoided the sell stops when the price came back down here, and then it started ranging in here, and then that's where the analysis, especially overall, was showing the push up to here. But this push down, again, if this is all just wicking, this push down was still very valid, right? But I avoided that because of that push up here, and it wasn't a far away push. We had a lot of confluences, the larger time frame, smaller time frame, even ranging in this zone, non-wick candles here, so a lot of certainty. So this setup was not bad. I still believe it followed the full game plan. It's completely fine. But the sell stops were the original set here, and I guess that's what it followed. But again, GJ will do something like this, right? Similarly, he did exactly the same thing on Friday when I set this setup. So, but this one was voided, right? It nearly tapped us in, did not tap us in here. This one was avoided because of high impact news. And this one I set the sell stops again to get the full push down, right, on Friday to complete a 2T plus TP. So 2 TPs plus some runners to close out the full end of the range, which was again given prior to price, even at the bottom here, right? So same thing happened again, range, and now look, it's pushing all the way down here, right? Now I'm looking if the price does push above here, right? So we have what, the 30-minute EMA above there. Can we see price push up slightly higher so we can get the sell-off to the 4-hour EMA or the 1-hour EMA? But can we get that, right? So that's one thing I'm looking at. Okay, strong push, no wick. Oh, but here you go. There is about 7 minutes left. So, yeah, let's stick around for another 30-minute candle closure. Let's see. Let's see the 50-minute as well. So, can it come up here before it pushes back down, right? So, I mean, the hour looks pretty, solid on the bearish level. But could we see a bullish push before we can maybe sell off here? Let's see. Again, this is too small to trade right here. It's just, yeah, that's just not it. All right, here comes USD CAD with the push. For all we know, again, GJ can just continue down. It's too minimal of a consolidation zone to even consider this, unless there's a fly up here, which again is not what's happening right now. All right, continuation down, past this, cross the 4-hour EMA, tap into the red line zone, and then we take the setup here. All right, so yeah, let's wait for the 30-minute candle to close. If there's no action beyond that, if I don't get this above here, I can't do the sell-off. And again, I cannot do any buys here unless it gets down to this zone here, which I can consider, buying here with the trade idea set here. All right, so USD CAD still trying to move up here. Again, could create that wick to the upside before it drops. It is pushing up here now. And GJ is moving down. So, yeah, so we could see We could see a push here. Wow, strong push from USD CAD. So it's really nearly touching the red line here, but you can see on the 4 hour now, because GJ is not moving alike here. So I need GJ to push down here before it comes back up. So let's see. Gonna wait for the 30-minute to close, guys. So again, when there's a big, large candle coming and we see a breakout, we don't want to rush into that entry, right? We want to just be patient with that. So let's be patient and see what occurs here. Yeah, so you can see GJ is just consolidating here. So this can definitely sell off here. But don't want to be caught up in GJ here, because look, if you guys, like, let's say we do sell off here, the next candle can come down. Let me tell you guys, this is where it's really important for key entries. It can push down here and then come back, tap this, and then come back down, right? Which is, GJ's, can be messy like that, right? So we really need to be careful of not just, deciding if we know the direction and we just enter at will. It's not going to do the trick, right? It may, but again, if you continue to do that and you can back test that and see, it's not always the best, and you're going to lower your winning rate, which is, again, high winning rate is not always the key. It's about, targeting the risk to reward, but unnecessarily reducing your winning rate because of such setups, it can affect your profitability, right? And that's obviously something that you need to become a full-time trader, and of course stay in this game for a long time. Okay, so USD CAD did push the red zone, but again, I'm waiting for the 30-minute candle closure, because you can see on the 4 hour, I mean, this is a lot of room. And one more thing is that because of the high impact news, you could see this could really shift directions or continue upwards and break the ranges that is potentially a part of. So be very cautious with the high impact news coming in 4.5 hours, and then again in 5.5 hours, right? So be very careful with that. If you're still in this setup, I would recommend to be very, very cautious of those high impact fundamental events. But see, now I'm waiting for the 30-minute to close, because now we could still see a bearish push. And that's something that I have to really emphasize here, that do not enter when there's a high candle closure coming. Even if it reverses in time, it's too risky, right? So now we have a 30-minute candle closure, but it's in our red zone. We need to be careful here. You can see now it's continuing upwards. Again, we can always adjust our stops as well, right? So that's another thing here. Now I can adjust our sell stops, but I'm going to wait for the 30-minute candle closure here. Again, we could see, USD CAD or GJ tap the 1 hour in reverse here as well, but what are we, like 10, 12 pips below to get to that area? Okay. All right, so we're about to get the 30-minute candle here. All right, here it comes. All right, so guys, I'm going to adjust my sell stops here and then enter these. What is this? 135 now. Let's do 136. This is a perfect number here. $136. Okay, yeah, see, GJ is moving down now. So we could get a strong bearish candle here. But 136 is the USD CAD sell stops. So TPs will be adjusted as well. So yeah, I'm entering these sell stops, guys, for USD CAD. For GJ, I'm still waiting. GJ did not tap the 1 hour EMA, so avoiding that. But USD CAD right now is an active setup here. Although I may not stay for the full ride here, just because this could be a long run here, maybe a couple hours for the setup to complete. So 17 is a 135.830. 135.830 is right here. And we're looking at 135.660 as the next target here, right? So you can see on the 1 hour, this can be right back into the range and could activate, but it could push up before. So that's why there's some breathing room set here. But otherwise, that's the setup we're looking at. And GJ can continue down again, tap the 1 hour, break below that, tap the 4 hour EMA, which is right there. So I could slightly adjust this as well as it's moving up. And yeah, so USD CAD is still going up, so that's fine. Yeah, that's why it's good always to wait out for a long or larger time frame candle, because we could see that push up here. That's something that happened with GJ as well earlier, with that 50-minute candle close, and it continued up, ranged, and then unfortunately stopped us out on this one. But I think 136 for USD CAD is a really good marker here. But again, be careful with the high impact news, right? So if the setup is still not formed until then, until that news time, right? Let's say range is here, and it's not formed, I'm gonna avoid the sell stops, right? Let's say that if that was the case, but we still have some decent amount of time. That's why I've entered these sell stops. And from that, what I'm looking at now is at least entering TP, down here to TP1, potentially tapping, crossing the EMA, tapping here, and adjusting my stops here, and then continuing down to complete this, right? And that would be the end here. So 17 pip stop loss, should be 17, and 17 pip TP1, 17 pip TP2. Overall, it's 34 pips. It should be 34. Yep, right there. If you guys have desktop MT5, you guys can simply just adjust, just move it as we're moving here, right? So simply just adjust it. It's very convenient. 17 should be at 135.830. Right there. Right, so right there. Still waiting for these the setup to activate. And now GJ is pushing down. About to tap the 1 hour EMA and we're looking and anticipating that GJ will push down to the 1 hour, maybe the 2 hour potentially, but our red line is drawn right above that, and right below the 4 hour EMA, right, the red line here. So once it crosses into that, taps here, we could set the sell stops, even if, or the buy stop, sorry, even if it crosses here, taps here, and it pushes down further to 2 hour EMA, our buy stops are still above there, so we still have some breathing room before price reaches here, right? So if it crosses, taps 2 hour EMA, it comes down here, it's completely fine. But remember, guys, if it crosses down into this area, you have to remember, for me personally, I'm adjusting my buy stops, right? I'm adjusting it at a better zone, still lining up with in accordance to the range, but I'm lining it up at a better area to capture more pips and potentially an earlier TP1 where I can adjust my stops, right? But this is a part of the strategy. You do this long enough, you're going to see a lot of profitable entries and exits and safe wins, safe exits, right? So that's what I'm here for, to educate you guys on that. But again, everything can't be just shown at once on the streams, right? So that's why the course would be recommended for all that. But and I am adding new content. I will be adding new content. And again, that's going to be lifetime access. Okay, USD CAD is wicking up here, so we could see an entry soon. And GJ now is pushing. Let me just make sure everything is correct because I did a shift here. 182 to 20. Right there, yeah. Right there. Yeah, so here we come. Very, very close. Okay, USD CAD is coming down. GJ not yet active. But very, very close here now. I mean, it was as close as 6 pips from our horizontal rate, which is our indicated red line of where we would set the buy stops, and it's 10 pips away from that now. It tapped, crossed the 1 hour EMA and approaching the 4 hour EMA now. It was as close as 4 pips away from the 4 hour EMA. So definitely can go ahead and tap that, very soon, and then we could look for it reaching our indicated area here, and then we can go ahead and set the buy stop, so we have enough breathing room that even if GJ pushes down, right, even if GJ pushes down further, it won't activate our buy stops right away, once it gets there. So let's see. We do have another hour candle about to close in 22 minutes, so we have to consider those as well. Always consider the closing of certain candles. Here comes USD CAD. Okay, very close here. Right, and also at the same time, I told you guys that the 1 hour is being respected, so we could see that GJ may not come down. But again, if it does not come down, it's not following the game plan, because the 4 hour EMA, which is such a strong candle here on the larger time frame, and you can see that previously has wicked here many times. So unless it comes and taps this and goes below at least to this indicated area, I'm not going to be trading this, because this on one candle push, bearish push, on any candle opening, this could come right back down, right? And all our profits can be eaten up, within minutes with a push down from GJ. So the 4 hour candle is too close to the bottom end of the range here, for me to not wait for the tap of the EMA, right? And go even below that because of look at all the previous indications here. So if the setup is missed because of that, that's completely fine. I'm not taking that risk. All right. And here comes USD CAD. So you can see on the 4 hour, still a wick over here. Can push down right into our zone here. This would be a nice setup here. All right, about to tap into the stops. But again, I still feel GJ has not fully pushed down, right? So we could see a USD CAD coming back up as well. If not, USD CAD might just push down with some pre-New York volume, but has not tapped us in yet. Let's see how many pips was that? About 1.7, 1.8 pips. Yeah, it's just ranging right above here. All right, so let's see. I mean, I definitely don't think I could stay another 20 minutes, but let's see. Another 5-10 minutes to see if GJ does come down here. And USD CAD is about to activate the sell stops here, guys. Let's see. So 4 minutes away from a 50-minute candle, but this candle looks pretty bearish here, so it can definitely ride right back down and respect the 1 hour here, right? So the fact that the 1 hour has been respected in this range, right? You can see right here, and the 1 hour close is coming in 18 minutes, so it can definitely come back and respect this and tap us in. And I believe, yep, been tapped into this. So this is an entry now that's tapped in here. You can see right here with the spread. Yeah. All right, so we're in this setup now. So let's see. And GJ is coming down now. This could be the push for GJ to come down to the 4 hour EMA and past that, and then that's where the buy stops would be set. So let's see. So now we're what, about 6-7 pips away from 4 hour EMA, and then about 9 pips away from the indicated zone where I would feel confident to enter the buy stops. Right? Of course, now if there's a 1 hour candle closing and it's approaching the ray here that's drawn here, which is our indicated zone to enter the buy stops, I'm gonna wait out for the 1 hour closure and the new 1 hour candle to open, and then see if I need to enter after that, right? A few minutes after that to see if there's any kind of abnormal movement, which I don't feel confident to enter the buy stops, right? So that's something that you have to do and consider all the time, right? Even if it's a 5-minute range and you're looking at the 50-minute candle closing up, I would wait out. It's just a safer, less riskier option. Okay, so USD CAD now it's tapped in and now it's ranging in this area. So let's see. Will the 50-minute candle close right down here? Bearish. We still have the 30-minute candle here as well, and then the 1 hour here. Let's see. All right, here comes GJ with the strong push here. I mean, it was only about 2.4 pips away. It's about less than 4 pips now to the 4 hour EMA, but needed one more strong push from GJ to be certain that I can, go along with these buy stops. Here USD CAD is pushing up here, so maybe in this range here. Let's see, but the indicator reversal, I mean, for GJ, from my analysis, seems very soon here because we're at key targets here. So it's approaching very, very soon. Here it comes. Oh, here's a new 50-minute candle. Again, not far off from the 4-hour EMA. But here may be a push. Okay. Alright, so USD CAD is ranging in this zone now. It's an active setup right now. And for GJ, looking for one more push down before entering the buy stops. Right, so hopefully now we can get that push. So at least the trade setups will be active. But we need to wait out here. Okay. Again, GJ is too close to the 4-hour EMA for it to not be tapped. How many pips is that? So that's the EMA is actually above here, so around 4 or 5 pips away. And here's a strong push from USD CAD. Right, we could see that range forming as well. Let's see here. So this is an active setup. Strong push from USD CAD. And here comes GJ. Okay, here comes the 4-hour here. Okay. Yep. Nearly tapped the 4-hour EMA. Oh, a very strong push from USD CAD here. Strong candle. And GJ did tap the 4-hour EMA, but again, I'm not certain yet. I'm waiting for a little more of a push down because of considering all the previous wicks here. A very strong push from USD CAD here. Oh, wow. No, still not certain here. Still, and we're 12 minutes away from in an hour, the hour candle opening. So let's wait out for that as well. All right, very close. And for the 4-hour EMA is what, 7 pips away. And now we have a new 5-minute candle coming up. A very strong bullish momentum here. this is the second setup of the day, and then this would be the third setup right here. Let's see. Okay, here comes GJ down here. Okay, again, we could see that, you know, USD CAD closes the 1 hour right back in that range. Let's see. And GJ has not pushed a little further down, so I'm not willing to take that risk with GJ right now. But again, USD CAD can certainly come right back down. Let's see. You can see now we're approaching the 1 hour candle very, very soon now. We're about maybe 2 pips shy of this red line here. But again, now I'm going to wait for the next 5-minute candle and see if it breaks below this area, so that I can adjust my buy stops, right? So I'm not going to enter GJ buy stops unless I see the next 5-minute candle close, or this current 5-minute candle close below, and see maybe a further push down so I can adjust my buy stops. With USD CAD now, this is an active setup here. Strong bullish momentum here. Let's see if we get it pushed down before the hour closes. Okay, here it comes. Here GJ comes. You can see all the wicks. Oh wow, strong push. You can see that's why I wanted to wait here now. Okay, strong push. And now, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and set the buy stops for GJ. Oh yeah, look at that. So from here to here is about 22 pips. Okay, so I'm gonna adjust the buy stops, guys, for GJ. But look at that strong bearish push here. Just look at USD CAD here. Okay, yeah. So the buy stops for GJ. Oh wow, very, very strong. Okay, so it's gonna be at 182, 180 now. 182, 180. And we have still a 25 pip stop loss. Right, so everything else is still consistent. And the TPs will be adjusted now. So now TP1 will be at 182, 428. Right, so let me just measure that again. Yeah. And see USD CAD here. Okay. And then we have 25 pips. 182, 680. Right here. And then we have TP3 down here. Right? Perfect. Okay, so I crossed that line here, so we can remove that, as these are buy stop is entered. You can see a strong push down here. Wow. Okay. Last 5-minute candle to close off the hour. Again, GJ buy stops have been entered, but we're not in this. It hasn't activated yet. USD CAD is the only one that has activated, and in drawdown right now. Right, huge push from USD CAD to close off the hour. But let's see. Right, it's coming right back down. Still 5 minutes left. See GJ here. Wow, very strong push here. Right, could we see an entry, a potential entry of, GJ here before the 5-minute closes? So could we be tapped into our, buy stops here? Let's see. Now again, I could wait another 4 minutes to close off the hour and remove the buy stops and then maybe add them after the fact. But I feel that this is a rejection here, and this could potentially move up. The next hour opening could move up into profit and push up, right? So for that reason, I had GJ pushed down enough for me to be satisfied with the buy stops, setting the buy stops accordingly. Let's see. Okay, so USD CAD is coming back up. We still have 3 minutes to go to close off the hour. And GJ may close. So now, again, guys, if GJ comes down even crossing here, I'm going to adjust my buy stops because I want to get a better entry. Right, so that's my that's my goal. If GJ does not come down now, so we're still about how many pips away from, or about 7-8 pips away. If GJ comes all the way down to our larger end, right? We didn't get tapped at the top here. But if GJ comes down here, then I'm gonna look for buy stops above this zone here. So I'm gonna adjust my buy stops to a better entry because I can capture TP1 earlier. Here comes USD CAD now. Let's see. So we're about to open up the new hour candle very soon. And GJ is sliding back here. Let's see. So are we going to get tapped in prior to the new hour candle or not? We're going to have to wait and see here. Just less than 2 minutes shy of the new hour candle. And let's see here. Be very interesting now. Do we get tapped in before? Or do we get tapped in after? Or does it continue down? So we can adjust our stops. Right, so my buy stops would be around the 182, 100 zone. Well, let's see. Very, very interesting. Less than a minute left. And GJ is very close to tapping us into this setup right here. Very interesting. So it's still below the EMA here. But let's see. If it closes below and pushes down, I'm adjusting my buy stops. If not, I am going to just hold it in until it gets tapped in. And GJ is very, very close. 4 pips away. And we're just shy of maybe seconds away from the hour opening. New hour candle opening. Let's see. Okay, no. Did not tap us in. And the hour candle is about to open now. New 1 hour candle. Okay, here it opens. Okay, so both candles for USD CAD and GJ open up with no wick on the opposite end. Oh, and USD CAD is pushing to the downside. Let's see. Does it continue that? And GJ is pushing to the upside. Let's see. Be interesting here. You can see now the 2 hour the 2 hour candle on USD CAD could just be merely a wick and can come right back in, even the 4 hour candle as well. But here is pushing up again. And GJ is coming down again. Let's see. So again, if there's another bearish push down past the previous wick for GJ, I'm going to be adjusting my stops to the 182, 120 zone maybe. Let's see. Right, and it is pushing now. So let's see. Okay. Yes, exactly. Yes, it is, taking the lows here. Let's see. Again, with the 4 hour wicks here, we could see that it could come down to this end here as well. But nonetheless, the stops have been entered. If there is a push down, I'm adjusting my stops to a better level so I can get, my TP1 tapped earlier, right? Why not? Let's see. Do we get tapped in here, or does this push down further? Let's see. Again, no 2 hour candle or 4 hour candle has closed above or below this range right here, at least since the opening of the market. So let's see, will this be the candle, or will this seep right back into the range and potentially into profit here? Let's see. Here comes GJ again. Are we going to get a stronger push down? We may. Again, below this wick, and I'm going to be adjusting my stops. Price comes below the 182.60 zone. Here is a 5 minute, so it is consolidating right below that zone here. But again, we could see one bearish candle, bullish candle switch everything here. But let's see. Here comes GJ. All right, so here comes down USD CAD. Let's see here. If again USD CAD GJ blows past this area right here, I'll consider adjusting the buy stops. But it seems like GJ is just flying up now, and we may be activated any second now. Let's see. And USD CAD is pushing down. Let's see here. Very, very close here. Both USD CAD and GJ to our entry. Actually, not to our entry, not USD CAD, but GJ. Nearly tapping us in here, but not quite. Right? So what? Yeah, 3.5, 4 pips. So still not in this setup yet. And USD CAD seems to be consolidating in drawdown here. Okay. Do I trade gold? I do trade gold, but I trade the larger ranges, right? So I've seen that the larger ranges on gold work, at least for my ranges. But the shorter ranges, sometimes you'll see a large wick, like it's too much volatility. It'll wick you out and then right back into the range, right? So because of that, I avoid gold on the shorter end, on the smaller, time frames and so forth. But larger ranges definitely work on gold, so I tend to go for those instead. And you gotta be very, very careful, right? Especially with such a volatile pair with such as gold. Alrighty, okay. So GJ's is ranging in the zone right below this expected range here, and it could come down here. If it does, I'm adjusting the stops, right? So no issue. Now USD CAD is pushing down now. There's no wick on the current candle, however. So what I'm going to do now is if USD CAD comes to break even, I may get out of the setup just because I don't like how it's moving, especially during the London session or in pre-New York session. So let's see. Let's see, even came down to tap the 2-hour EMA as well. So now all the EMAs have been covered as far as, up to the daily. They're all within this range here. All the EMAs up to the daily are within this range. So not bad here, but just need, a bullish run from GJ now. Let's see. Do we get that? Do we get a pull, further push down? No issue. For me, I mean, it's even better that it pushes down to this end, so I can adjust my stops up to the 182, 120. So that'll be even more perfect. So you can capture more pips and potentially maybe a fourth TP. Let's see. Or you let runners run until you close out 3 TPs, and then from there you capture more pips than just the 3 TPs because of our intended larger range. Okay, so strong push from USD CAD, but again, there's no wick above here. But again, because it's such a strong push, this may mean that it's going to fall right back in the range before the next hour closes, and may just continue to push down. So let's see how I consider closing in profit slightly, or if there's a continued push down. I mean, look at the 2-hour here, right? It's falling right back in the range, and G just coming right back up now. So let's see. We might be tapped into our buy stops here. Let's see. So USD CAD is pushing right back down. So what I'll do is I may, if this continues pushing down into profit, I may adjust my stops to break even, just because if it does come back up, I don't want to be in drawdown and just have to worry about coming right back into break even and then down again. So let's see. So if it comes down, pushes down, nice push down, I may adjust my stops earlier to break even. So maybe like 5-6 pips in profit, I may adjust these stops to break even. Let's see. That's for USD CAD. And for GJ now, very, very close. Very close. Almost 2.8 pips away. Okay, here we go. There's a new 5-minute candle. Oh, well, USD CAD is just plummeting down right now. Let's see. That's to our favor, but just to entry, we were tapped in a little early on this one. Let's see. So yes, the whole hour candle that I can push down here. And at that point, I'll see if I want to adjust my stops to break even. And then the next ride would be TP1. And then, of course, you're going to adjust it to break even or in profit at that point as well. All right. So GJ, wow, very, very close. And now it's going right back down again. So again, if there's a big push down here, there's no wick on the current candle. So it's going to come flick right back up. But if it pushes back all the way down here, I'm adjusting my stops even right to the, the 182.69. But okay, it's coming right back up. Let's see. GJ may be ready and may not be ready, but we're just gonna be patient here, guys. And this is why, again, I practice setting buy stops and sell stops in a timely manner, but in a orderly manner. Because there's too much of impulsiveness and impatience that can really, really cut you off from profits, right? We want to destroy that, the aspect of just instant executions all the time. That's not the most favorable. Wow, look at GJ just pushing down. So, I'm glad to adjust my stops here. So, thank you, GJ, for pushing further down. Didn't tap us in. And now I'm looking to adjust my stops so we can get a better entry. Look at that. Look at that push. Wow. Very strong bearish push here on GJ. Wow. Now I'm looking at the time here. Now there's less than 3 minutes left to a 50-minute candle close. If it definitely reaches down here, I'm adjusting my stops. But right now I'm considering, should I wait for the candle closure? There's no wick on the current candle either. Okay. I think we can do it. Let's see how many pips that is away right now. About 13 pips away. There's a USD CAD here. Well, because that reverse here as well. Okay. Okay, strong push from GJ. Wow, look at that push. Okay, yeah. So guys, I'm gonna adjust it. Enough distance now. So 120 now is the next area here. 120. Let me adjust the stops here. 182, 120. So stops at, what is this now? 181, 872. Should be 120. Sorry, guys. Yes, the cat is coming back up. Okay. 182, 120, guys. So 25 is stop loss, 181, 870. And we may just be tapped in here, guys. Looking at 25 pips. That is at 182, 370. TB1. Still not tapped in, guys. Let's see. And our TP2 will be 25 pips. 182, 620. Okay. Here we go. And then TP3 would be at 182, 870. Okay, perfect. So that is set. And still waiting to be tapped in. Still waiting to be tapped in. Yes, and W for patience for everybody, right? For everyone that is patient with their setups, this is key, right? This is it's a control of your psychology, is a control of your ability to to be disciplined, right? So discipline is so key. It's so key. And if you guys can learn from from my patience in these setups, that's a bonus, right? It's always a bonus for anybody to learn a good attribute or good characteristic in terms of the trading component. All right, so GJ is now nearing the bottom end of the larger end of the range now. But you can see this is all anticipated because look at how it wicked earlier, right? So this is all anticipated earlier. That with the 4-hour can push down. And now USD CAD is coming up here. Let's see. Now how far are we from our tap in of the buy stops? But 12 and 13 pips away. Alright, so now if it does reach down here, guys, I'm going to adjust it one more time. Because I really want to secure some buy stop, some good, or quicker TPs here. Because we're adjusting our buy stops accordingly. So this is getting enjoyable now. As once the reversal takes place, we capture more pips. And potentially more TPs as well. And yeah. But again, there's a room and there's a time and comfort place as far as where the distance is between the current price and how to adjust your buy stops, right? You want to do it safely without risk as well. Let's see. So has GJ exhausted to the downside or not? We're gonna have to wait and see. But still waiting to be tapped in here. TP1, TP2, and TP3. All right, so this may be the candle or the next one, the next 5-minute candle to tap us in for our buy stops. So I think the original buy stops that we had for this current setup, it was 182.220, right? So 182.220, and then we shifted down to 180 to 120, right? Safely, with looking at how price is moving. But yeah, it was nearly 10 pips in difference, right? So now 10 pips earlier now, if it does indeed reverse according to the analysis, we're going to capture our TP1 10 pips earlier, right? So that's instead of having to wait 10 pips more, right, for the price to come right back again. So, but again, if there's a safe way of doing this and there's a riskier way of doing this, you need to be careful. Okay, so like again, I'm looking for the hour to close, for USD CAD to close in profit around the 135.940 zone, so I can adjust my stops to potentially break even at that point, because I don't want the price to come back up. If it does come back up, what's going to happen is, so let's just say the price closes around this area, right, or just reach this area, even if it doesn't close here, it reaches here, I'm adjusting my stops at break even just because of the uncertainty with the the hour candle coming back up. And then once it comes up back up here, I'm going to adjust I'm going to set my sell stops at the same area. So once it breaks above here, I'm going to adjust it right here for the push down. So it's a safe entry here, right? We saw a move up here on USD CAD, just a sudden rise up here. with some volume here that kicked in. But we could anticipate that USD CAD can come down, and it can again continue to move down. But I'm going to adjust my stops at break even if it does come into this zone here. Let's see. GJ still has not tapped us in. Now if it moves beyond this zone here, right, if it comes down beyond this range here, I'm adjusting my stops one more time, the buy stops, and potentially maybe to the 182.60 zone, and then move up here. Right, let's see. How many pips would that be? That would be around another 10 pips here potentially, right? So we would capture our TP1 20 pips earlier if price reaches down here, so I can adjust my stops the buy stops one more time. Let's see. Be very, very interesting if GJ comes down here. Alrighty, let's see. Whew. Okay. Yep. So GJ seems like it may push down towards this indicated zone here, the 182. What is this? 930. So if it breaks down here, or you can see the candles did reach here earlier as well. So I can even adjust this up to here now. So if it does reach down here, guys, I'm going to adjust my buy stops one more time. So this may be the last push of GJ before it reverses, but I do want to capture more pips and earlier buy stop so we can capture TP1 and so forth, everything earlier as well. So one more push down here and it gets down there. But again, it's a safe. So if it doesn't reach down here, it's still safe enough, 10 plus pips before we get TP1. And that, it creates enough breathing room for GJ to, not tap us in too early. And let's say the next candle pushes down further, right? So let's see. USD CAD also doesn't seem to be, pushing down here. It still has room to come up before it pushes down. But let's see. We are approaching New York session as well now. So we're in the pre-New York session now. It's an hour and a half away. Again, it's the markets, tapped us in, so it's very interesting now how everything is moving. Even though GJ is not tapped in, but I'm trying to secure GJ entry here before I get off the stream. But it's just too enjoyable right now the way everything's set up, right? So once you really understand the markets, and you will enjoy it even if there's losses along the way, right? Because in long term that you have an edge, so you're not worried. Because we lose a 1-to-1 setup, and then the next setup is a 1-to-3, 1-to-4 setup. I mean, you become profitable by the end of that same day. So let's see. All right, so GJ, has it exhausted its downside? Let's see. Or will it come down to push this end here? So USD CAD came all the way up to, almost just 2.5 pips in drawdown. Right, it's a 17 pip stop loss. And now it's in, how many pips in drawdown here? It was 12.5 pips in drawdown. Now it's about 9-10 pips in drawdown. And GJ, let's see, 5 minutes left for a 30-minute candle closure. And is it going to continue to push down? Yep, it seems like it's going to continue down here. We still have, again, previous 4-hour candles that tapped here as well, right? This is the 50-minute time frame, so we can see even again 50-minute time frame. There's been a lot of candles here that closed down here, so this is a good support area that GJ can definitely push down to even close off the 15-minute candle here. Let's see, and the 30-minute as well. Yep, 1 hour. So I mean, had a lot of taps here to this, to the bottom end here. This is the 4-hour candle. So USD CAD came up to fill up this non-wick candle, and we could see the reversal here for USD CAD. Yeah, not liking the USD CAD setup so much, right? Tapped us, pretty much just tapped us in here, and since then it has not reached that. Maybe a little early on that, but let's see. GJ still has not tapped us in and continues to push down. So 4 minutes left to close off the 15-minute and 30-minute candle. 4-hour stream today. Yes, I think we may have broken it one time, but yep, another 4-hour stream here. But again, I'm just enjoying, forgetting about, closing the stream, and just enjoying how the market's moving right now, because this could be a big setup here. So, why not? It's for the people. Let's see. Hopefully we get the right execution here, so we can get, a good portion of, pips in this range here. Let's see. Okay, so a lot of wicks here. Now there's 3 minutes left for the closure here. Let's see on the 30 minutes. So we could see a push down as well. Do I want to remove the buy stops? Not really. Because again, we could get one bullish candle that can change everything and continue the reversal. Again, is crossed the 2-hour EMA and 4-hour, which the 2-hour is closing off in the next 30 minutes. So I'm content with this. Of course, I don't want to be tapped in and it comes right back down, right? That's the only thing, because it has reached that level before. But let's see now, we're 2 minutes shy of the 30-minute candle. So I may not need to wait, right? Or I may not even be tapped in before that 30-minute or 50-minute candle, right? So if I'm waiting for those candles to set my buy stops, I think I have enough breathing room between where the price is right now and to where I would be activated. So it's about 8.5 pips away. And here's USD CAD on the 30-minute, 15-minute here as well. Okay, so G just seems to be pushing down here. Okay, no problem. We've got 1 minute left to the new 30-minute and 50-minute candle. Okay, let's see. Okay, so USD CAD seems to be pushing up as well. No wick on the current candle. About to open up the new 30-minute and 50-minute candle. Okay, here comes the new candle. Let's see. Do we get one more big push down from GJ? And how far is GJ from that bottom end here that's been tapped? The support line here is about 16 pips away. Okay. And USD CAD is coming up. Okay, strong push from both USD CAD and GJ here. So GJ may reach the bottom end here. Yeah, it just may. Again, I'm not going to move the buy stops unless it pushes down to, you know, the bottom end here, 181,900, let's say. Yeah. If it gets down here, then I'll adjust the buy stops. Still have about 10 pips to go or more. Yeah, 10, 11 pips. All right, here's USD CAD retracing. So again, on the 1 hour, you can see it could be wicks here, and on the 2 hour, you could see that it can close right back down here. We still have enough time before the 2 hour closure. Candle closure here is 29 minutes to go, so could move right back down, and it would be pretty much, you know, coming down and completing this range. So it is in this range now, and so the 10 pip range here, so it could come down and close off the 10, 11 pip range, and, you know, come into break even point here. So you can see now GJ wicked a lot here, right? A lot of wicks here. So could this be the reversal sign here? Let's see. It's trying to push up here. And there's the 2 hour EMA, 4 hour EMA above there, which is in profit. And this could be the candle right here on the 15-minute and 5-minute here as well. Everything here that could bring us into profit here territory. Let's see. Still not tapped into this though. Still not tapped in yet. Another 5-minute candle's coming in 2 minutes. So another 5-minute candle opening. Let's see here. Very, very interesting now what USD CAD will do to close off the 2 hour candle, and what GJ will do to close off, I guess, the next hour candle here, because the hour, look here, previously no hour candle has closed since last Friday, you know, below this range. No engulfing part of the candle has closed below this range here, this support line here. All right, so that's a good area to consider setting our buy stops. Because if this flips here, this candle flips, it's going to turn into a bullish candle, which could at least get us to TP1, right? And then beyond. And again, if that means that the current 1 hour candle can switch, and look at even the 2 hour candle here, no 2 hour candle has closed below this range here as well. When we have the 4 hour, we have the 2 hour EMA, and then we have a good support line there. So those are good confluences. But again, if GJ does push down here, okay, now USD CAD is coming down, but no wick on the current candle for USD CAD. Here comes GJ. Are we going to get one more push? Could be one more strong push here before it goes back up. Okay. Look at that strong push. Will it cross that? It's another, 12 pips to go to tap this area. Here comes USD CAD. No wick on the upside though. Okay, so USD CAD is coming down with no wick, without any wick on the current candle. Is that also the no? Okay, just a 5-minute candle. Okay, this could be a flip. And let's see. All right, USD CAD's pouring down here. Let's see. Does it break even here? And the 2-hour close inside. GJ, on the other hand, still not to our target yet. Alrighty. So USD CAD here again. Yeah, this trade seems a little messy right now. There is a CAD holiday, but we still see movement from USD CAD today. But I'm considering if I just even break even on this setup and just avoid it altogether, right? Let's see. GJ, on the other hand, is continuing to push down. I mean, again, it can come down here. I don't mind, so I can adjust my buy stops, at a better position. But it doesn't seem to be breaking this, this bottom end right here. We got one more minute left to close off the current, 5-minute candle, and see if the next 5-minute candle pushes down further, so we can get another push down here, so we can adjust our buy stops. But if not, we're going to keep everything as it is. And yeah, let's see. Slowly but surely approaching New York session as well. All right, here comes USD CAD with the new 5-minute candle. And you can see as we're closing off the 1-hour 1-hour candle here, it continues to push down, and the 2 hour candle as well. So we have the 2 hour candle closure coming up in 20 minutes. You can see how it's pushing right back down into that range. And once it enters that range, we will be in profit because that's the range that we're trading. We just got tapped in early on the setup. But trade is still very active, right? So if it continues in this manner, this trade will also complete all the way through. Okay, so GJ opened up with the new 5-minute candle still. This and this, sluggish 9, pip consolidation zone. Let's see if it continues to push down so we can capture something here. Maybe capture a better buy stop or set a better buy stop. So on its reversal, we can get our TPs faster. Let's see. Okay, here comes USD CAD. Let's see. Can we get a big push down? And here comes GJ. We're going to get one more push down here. So we do have a 50-minute candle closing as well in 3 minutes. Let's see. Okay, this candle might just push down. Okay, let's see. Yeah, this might be pushing down here. So I'm going to adjust my stops here. Let's see. So again, I have to consider now there's 2 minutes left on the 50-minute candle. And it may push down here, but should I adjust my stops before that 50-minute candle closes? Or should I wait until the 50-minute candle opens and then see how it moves and then adjust my buy stops? Or just leave them as it is, right? But let's see. We could get, a 50-minute close right here where it's at right now. The next 50-minute candle opens up and pushes down. And then I could adjust my buy stops here, somewhere around this area, 182 even, and continue the push up here. All right, let's see. USD CAD seems to be pushing down. That's good. Nearing our break-even point. GJ looking for it to push down here. Okay. Okay. So just less than a minute left. Okay, here comes a new 5-minute candle. Let's see. All right, here is the new 50-minute candle on USD CAD. So now again, the 2-hour candle here, as I was mentioning, that this range of USD CAD right here, right? So previously, and the reason why it's been drawn out like this is that since the market opening today, there's no 2-hour candle that has, broken out of this range right here. So this 2-hour candle, as you can see now, it has wicked up to that point and could continue down, right? With the new 2-hour candle, or even the current 2-hour candle, can push down into profit, and the next candle can come right back down, all the way down to TP2, and we can win the setup cleanly. On this end now, GJ, it has been wicking down here. Right now, it didn't reach down here, but again, if we adjust it here, we could see that we can even adjust it here, and then it has reached that bottom end, right? But there are some wicks here that have gone beyond maybe 3-4 pips, so that's perfectly fine. Now, if it does come down there, it's completely fine as well. I'm just going to adjust the buy stops, but if it doesn't, that's completely fine as well, right? Now you can see now USD CAD is nearly at the break-even mark, right? So it nearly just wicked here and came right back down. Unfortunately we got tapped in early here, so we had to ride this whole wave here of uncertainty, doubt. But again, if our plan is in line, then we don't have to worry about that, because we're gonna follow that game plan throughout. And if it does have an edge, you will be profitable, right? Because there will be a lot of opportunities, and a lot of greater opportunities with risk to reward as well. It's not only always about just winning percentage. And so you can see now this current candle for the 1 hour at least can push down all the way down here, and then the next 2-hour candle maybe come back up and push all the way down. All right, so it's working in line right now, USD CAD. And GJ is below the 2-hour EMA with the current 2-hour candle looking like this, but it could definitely push right back up, and we could see that this could tap into profit after tapping us, tapping the buy stops, and continuing up in the next 2-hour candle, right? Let's see. May just tap us in, tap the buy stops here. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Okay. Thank you for subscribing. I think that's what the notification was about. Okay, so use the CAD. Again, still about 11 minutes to go, so we could see a push down here. Just, slight retracement here, but nothing unusual. And GJ has not tapped us in and continues to push. We can even adjust it here. Continues to push down here. So now we have an 11 minutes left, right? Again, I can still consider removing the buy stops, right? If I feel like the next 2-hour candle will push down, right? So that's completely fine. I'll see to it. But again, the current candle, look at this. New 5-minute candle open up, and it's just continuing bearish here. And will it continue pushing down? Wow, Very strong bearish candle here. Could see it come down here as well. Let's see. Could see it come down here, so I can adjust the stops now. So do I want to adjust the stops right now, or do I want to wait until the 2-hour candle? But I feel it could reverse here. Price could reverse here. Wow, strong bearish candle here from GJ. Wow, look at that. Look at that. And how many pips are we away now? Oh, 16 pips away. Would I like to adjust it? We're 9 minutes away from a 2-hour candle closure, 1-hour candle closure, 15 minutes. I'm going to leave it for now. But if it pushes down below here, maybe 181,900, that's what I was talking about earlier as well. Nearly did. If it gets down below here, at that point I'll consider it. Even if it's before this current 2-hour, 1-hour candle closure, coming up. Let's see. Again, don't want to adjust it too fast here. Could tap us and continue down here. So let's see. And looking to see if USD CAD closes below into that range, right? So that's also what I'm looking at as well. Very interesting here to see how USD CAD will close and how GJ will close here. Again, I wasn't anticipating of doing such a long stream today. We only actually had one setup, that we got stopped out on, but nonetheless, these two setups are still, either forming or already in setup here. But yeah, USD CAD here is in drawdown currently, but if this comes right down, this could be a clean push all the way down, right? So 2 TP setup here. And then GJ, on the other hand, could be a much larger TP setup here. 3 to 4 TPs. Now, there's 7 minutes left, and GJ continues to push down. Could see the reversal before the hour closes, but I need to push down past this bottom end of the range here, 181,900 to be specific, for me to consider adjusting the stops. And GJ can certainly come down here. I mean, it's not far off at all. What is this, like 6-7 pips? So that's nothing at all. 6 minutes left. And here comes USD CAD up again. So could be just filling up this non-wick candle here and then pushing back down. Now the thing is, again, I mentioned the 2-hour here. So even on the 4-hour candle here, yeah, we've had everything close within this range on the 4-hour, but the 4-hour still has another 2 hours to go plus. So we could see it push all the way up and then come back down with the news coming in. So that's not good. So it's, slow down. And now it's ranging right above our entry zone. So it tapped us in, just tapped us in, did not come into profit, and then pretty much consolidated all the way through now. And yeah, pretty much 2 hours right here, consolidation here. Just tapped us in and is doing that now. So it's been very annoying with USD CAD. But at the same time now, the 4 hour has closed within that range, since market opening, but the 2 hour may not close within the range depending on the current candle, right? So we're about 5 minutes away now. If this break out, we're gonna have to wait for the 4 hour, but 4 hour could push up all the way up before it comes right back down. So very interesting to see what transpires with USD CAD. And also with GJ, let's see how the next 4 minutes develop. Again, I'm looking for GJ to close somewhere in this area, and then maybe do another bullish push, so I can adjust my buy stops, to a lower position, and then the reversal occurs, and then we get the tap in to our buy stops and into profit. So if that's not the case, then just leave the buy stops there and see for the price to tap in after the 2 hour candle opening. But again, it could come right back up right now as well, right? The reason why I don't want to remove the buy stops is because the 2 hour can close strong in the next 2.5 minutes, can push all the way back up, right? And then the next 2 hour candle can open up completely bullish as well, and don't want to miss that setup. So I have it at, I think, a pretty reasonable level right now, the buy stops, about 12, 13 pips away. So that's pretty reasonable. And I think that gives it enough breathing room as well, right, for a new 2 hour candle to open up. And again, if it does push further down, it's no problem. I will just adjust the buy stops. USD CAD now is pushing down. Let's see how it closes. Can it close within that range? Or does it close slightly above it? Or does it continue to push up? Which is not good, considering we are in this setup, right? And in drawdown. All right, less than 2 minutes left now. Less than 2 minutes left. The GJ seems to continue bearish, right? And it seems that it won't tap us in prior to the 2 hour candle closure. So we'll have to wait until the next 2 hour candle to see if we get tapped in. At the same time, we can see if GJ continues down right to the bottom end of the range, so we can adjust our buy stop slightly. Here comes USD CAD. Oops. Here comes USD CAD to the upside. It's just been that type of movement for USD CAD for the last 2 hours now. Let's see. That's the 2 hour candle. And the 5 minute here. Okay, less than a minute left. Okay, here GJ is making a push here. And so is USD CAD. But yeah, we are going to close the 2 hour without being tapped into GJ. And we are going to be closing with USD CAD closing above that range. Okay, here it comes. So did not remove the buy stops. Still feel that GJ has enough breathing room to the buy stops. even prior to the 2-hour candle, now into the new 2-hour candle opening, and we're looking at GJ coming down here. If it can make another wick down here, that'll be perfect and ideal. If not, we have the buy stops already set accordingly, so we'll see. All right, and about the stream, me ending the stream now, let's see. Do we get big volume kick in right now? So it's an hour before New York session opening. So are we going to get that kicker, or are we going to have to drag this on further? Let's see. Right, you can see on the 4-hour now, it could still be a complete wick to the upside, and that won't be an issue because by that time we'll be, breaking above the TP1 area, right? If it completes the full ride back up here, it's what, 50 pips almost. Okay, so GJ is moving, pushing down now. Let's see, does it push down past this bottom end of the range? We're gonna have to see. And USD CAD now. Okay, guys, but I don't think I will be doing New York session. Let me see how many more minutes I stay on here. Like, I would like GJ to be activated prior. If not, then I'll leave it as such. Okay, entry points. Yeah, so this is our setup right here for GJ. So right now, currently we have the buy stop set at, we have the buy stop set at 182.120. So that's a buy stop. And 182.120. And then we have a 25 pip stop loss, which is at 181.880. And TP1 at 182.360. TP2 at 182.650. And TP3 at, 182.870. Right, so that's our GJ setup right here. But again, I may adjust the buy stop, right? So if you're new to how I set up, my buy stops and so forth, I do adjust them if we do have the push against us, to the downside if it's a buy stop. And that's to secure a better entry, but there's a way to do that, right? So if you watch the stream back, you'll see how we adjusted our buy stops all the way from 182.220 to 182.120 so far. But we're continuing a push down because GJ is respecting a larger range. If it respects a larger range, we're going to follow suit and make sure we get a better entry. For USD CAD, this is the setup right here, but we already entered here. So I've already entered. So I'm already in the setup. But if it does come down here and you haven't entered yet, so that's even, better. But that's only if you get a push down here. So the 2 hour did not close below, but we did have our stops at 136, 000, and TP1 at 130, 1.35830, TP2 at 1.35660. With the stops, again, all 17 pips, our stops at 136, 170. Right? So that's USD CAD. I'm just looking at GJ here because I may need to adjust the buy stops here since we are not in this trade yet. So it's reaching, the projected area where I mentioned that I may adjust the buy stops. So it's nearly there, 181.900. And let me see if it passes by that area. What nearly did. Nearly did here. Let's see. Okay. All right, I still need one more push down because I still feel that we may be tapped in and it continues further down. So I still need another push. My USD CAD is coming down. And GJ, okay, let's see. We may get one more push here. We may just get one more push down here. You can see that's a very strong support line here. Okay, guys, I'm adjusting my stops or my, buy stops to 182.000. So right on the dot here, 182. And again, still going to continue with the 25 pip stop loss, which is at 181.750. Should be 750. Yeah, 181.750. Oh wow, it's pushing down further now. Wow. I think that's still a good target here. Yeah, 182. So let's keep it at that for now. So 181.750 is a stop loss, 25 pips. 182.00 is the buy stops. And TP1 would be at 181 or 182, I believe 250. Yeah, 181 250 or 182 250, sorry. So 182.00 is our buy stop. 181.750 is our stop loss. TP1 is set at 182 250. 182 500 would be our TP2 right there, and 183 would be at 182 750 right there, right? And I'll look at TP4 as well, but let's see. Wow, it's pushing down strong. Oh wow, okay. So again, we're still not in the setup, but the strong push here. You know, if the bearish momentum is pretty strong, I need to look at the overall forecast here. What's really going on? All right, so you can continue down here as well. You can see I rejected the daily. Let's see where the weekly is. Okay, that's way down there. Okay, you can see now on the left side it can come all the way down and wick down here. The way it's been moving. So I don't think I want to adjust the stops anymore. If we capture something here, we may capture a TP1 here or TP2, but let's see. Let's see. But very, strong bearish momentum here from GJ. You can look at the last, how many 1 hour candles here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to keep it as it is, guys. 182.000. It's not moving here. Okay, right here. So that's that. Again, once our strategy, the way our system is that once we get to TP1, we can never, there won't be any risk. It'll be a risk-free setup, so that's no issue for us. Once we get tapped in, And let me drag this up here. To capture a TP4 potential setup here as well. TP4. And that'll be around the 180 to 970 zone. Right. Let me mark it as well here. And I think I'll keep it as it is now, right? We may be tapped in here. It's moving that way. Yeah, this trade may be tapped in here, guys. So just move it here a little bit. Yeah. Here we go. Alrighty. You can see there's a lot of bearish momentum on GJ. However, looking to get at least TP1 here and secure that and become risk-free. Pushes past further. We get the full TP4 here set up. But again, every time we get to TP1, we adjust our stops, right? Our stop losses. So right to TP1, or sorry, the 5-minute EMA would be our TP1. But just strong bearish candles here. And here comes USD CAD again. So again, I may consider just closing out. If this does drop to the break even, I may end up closing, prior to the news, right? Let's just see. But if this trade is still active during the news, I may still let the trade run and see. But for now, yeah, USD CAD is not looking like the most ideal setup. But if I do get a push down prior to the news in 3 hours, I'm going to look to see if it pushes down, so I can get maybe capture at least a TP here, right? Let's see. But it's 6 or 7 pips into profit, and I'm going to adjust the stops to break even for USD CAD. Yeah, around this area. Okay, here comes GJ. Still, how many pips away? 7.7 pips. Alright, here comes a strong bearish candle from USD CAD. Again, USD CAD has been very annoying here just because it barely tapped us in, right? And because of that tap in, we had to kind of ride this whole wave here, and still riding that wave, before seeing any profit. But let's see if we even see profit on this setup. No wick on the current candle, can push down. GJ here. Now it's consolidating in this zone here. Look at that, still pushing down. So right now, what is GJ? I mean, it pushed down all the way down here, which is about 13 pips below. And now it's around 7, 8 pips below. Just look at that bearish push. Very strong bearish push here. Oh, USD CAD came all the way back up now. No wick on the current candle. And still waiting for GJ to be tapped, tap us into the buy stops. So very, very interesting here. Okay, GJ is moving up here. Let's see. Okay, I'll cross into the 5-hour mark for this, the streaming. At that point, I'm not looking to do the New York session. It'll just drag on way, way too long. But we may be tapped in here. Let's see. Yep. May just be tapped into the setup here. It's pushing. Oopsies here. Yeah. May just be tapped in here. Yeah, just under, 4 pips away. Let's see. Two minutes away from another 5-minute candle opening. And USD CAD can come right back down here. But I did mention for USD CAD now, if it does reach back down here prior to the news and into profit about 6-7 pips, I'm going to adjust my stops to break even. If I completely don't feel it can drop and it does reach break even and the news is very near, then I'm going to probably close it out or break even and get out of this trade. But for GJ now, if it continues bearish, especially if the 4-hour candle closes below this range, then I'm going to consider removing the buy stops, right? If it's not active at that point. Now, if we are active by that point, I'm at least capturing, TP1, so I can adjust my stops to break even, and, the trade will run risk-free, right? But at some point here, there's going to be a reversal here, at least to capture TP1, and then we'll look at, beyond that. But I think I'll be here for another 5-10 minutes, but that's probably the max, guys. I try my best to see with GJ, but GJ just continues to dump, and USD CAD just continues to consolidate in the zone, which has been very annoying here. But this is just the markets, right? It's a Monday. We can expect different moves here, and this is just part of the game. So stick here for another 5 to 10 minutes, and then all right, here comes GJ. Let's see. Okay. Nice push. No wick on the current candle, however. Ooh. May tap us in, though. Was it 1.8 pips away? Nope. But this next candle might. You can see even on the 30-minute here. Exactly, Mondays, right? Mondays. I mean, even the earlier setup on GJ, I really thought this was a clean setup, but man, non-wick candle here, non-wick candle here, non-wick candle here. There's also non-wick candle here. I mean, so many certainties that it'll push above. But let's see. We can capture maybe a 4 TP setup here, which would be amazing. But at least 1 TP to break even for the day. But and then USD CAD setup here, the 2 TP setup here. So I mean, we got a lot of setups here that I mean, this setup is active. GJ may be active. Yeah, we may just activate the stops here. Let's see. Very, very close. Very close. And if both setups go as planned, I mean, that's going to be what 6 TPs hit, right? And losing one. So it'll be a very profitable day if everything hits. And again, I was hoping for at least something to hit prior to me leaving the stream, but it seems it's really dragging into New York session. And that's why, you know, back then in about what 2.5 hours ago, that's why I was mentioning that price can drag on even though these setups can form. I mean, with USD CAD, we actually entered this, but just consolidated for the last 2 hours now. Probably waiting for New York session to move. So let's see. Because of the 4 hour, indeed. Hold on, what happened here? Where did the writing go here? There it is. Okay. If indeed, you know, the 4 hour is being respected on USD CAD. Oh, that was very close. Nearly tapped in on GJ here. Nearly there. Let me bring this up here. So again, it's very critical that the spreads are low, guys. Remember, with buy stops, spread does factor in, but if you do a buy stop or sell stop, and your stop loss, you know, will be the exact one, right? So remember, if you're dealing with a different broker, if you're dealing with a non-regulated broker, you got to be careful. For buy stops, yes, the entries will still be, you know, tapped in with the spread, but with the buy stop or sell or limit order, let's say, whether it's a buy limit, sell limit, buy stop, sell stop, for those ones, we actually just got tapped in on GJ, guys. So finally, this trade is active now, and USD CAD is pushing down as well. Let's see. Oh wow, nice push from GJ. Need one bullish push here. So that's tapped in right there at 182. Correct. Yes. Stop loss on GJ is 25 pips, and each TP is set to 25 pips. Right, except the last one, which is about maybe 22, 23 pips because it's at the top of the range, but you can increase it to 100, right? But, well, no, USD CAD, we're getting some pre-New York movement here. So this is why I don't want to leave the stream, guys, because it's really getting exciting. But let's see. Let's see. So we're in on GJ. We're in profit on GJ. Again, it's still wicking in that zone. Looking for the 4 hour to push, you know, down here. So USD CAD's coming back into profit. Let's see if we can continue the push down. So you see both on both ends here. The 4 hour candle is critical here, right? To close. 4 hour candle here to close. Let me move this here. Right here. Okay. Yeah, it's critical that the 4-hour candle closes within this range for USD CAD and pushes down. So the next 4-hour candle, if it pushes down prior to the news into profit, I'm going to adjust my stops. But this could be a good setup here once it comes back down into profit. Hopefully, right, with GJ, we did tap into, profit. Now it's going right back in the drawdown, but there's no wick on the current candle, so this could continue back up, right? We also have a 15-minute and 30-minute candle, new candle coming up, so that could push itself up as well, right? You can see that it was just bearish for how many pips here? Almost 94 pips, 95 pips almost. Wow. So just pushed bearish 95 pips. And now we're looking for the reversal here, as we did get tapped into, from the buy stops here on GJ. So right around break even for this. USD CAD is making a push now. Let's see if it's strong enough. And yep, here is GJ here. And we have broken, the 5-hour mark here on the live stream. That's also a record for me personally on the live stream. Okay. So you can see now it could range in this zone, or this could just continue up, right? So let's see how the 50-minute closes. Is it going to go all the way back down? That's why I wanted to leave a little bit more room here and make it a 25 pip stop loss for GJ. But you can see on the 30-minute now, it's all a wick now. So we need one bullish candle to change everything here and the reversal to start, right? But on the 50-minute, or on the 5-minute, you can see. But again, not too bad. This can definitely continue up and get to, our TP1 target, along with, the EMA tap here. USD CAD continues to just, let me remove this for that. There's USD CAD, GJ. Okay, no wick from the current candle. We got 1 minute left to close off the 15-minute and 30-minute candle. Very interesting. Okay, so I guess now we're waiting for New York session volume, New York opening. To maybe make, get some good movement before the before the 4-hour candle closes. So, and once we have New York opening, we are going to have 1 hour before the 4-hour candle closes. So maybe it's waiting for the New York session or New York opening volume to move now, hopefully moving in our direction, and then we could see potential TP hits. So now you can see now the current consolidation zone could be in this area, but if this current candle pushes up, we can go beyond it, but you can see now it's settling here, right? Keep settling here before the move up now, but we can get one bullish candle here and it could change the direction for GJ here, right? Prior to London, New York opening, sorry. And for USD CAD, USD CAD has come down so many times to, nearly our entry point, but just continues to fly back up. Let's see. A lot of wicks on the downside here. Look at this. But all it takes is one, strong candle to change the direction here, right? And this is exactly what I'm looking for GJ as well. Nice. Could we get that move now from GJ? Need a strong bullish candle here. Okay, so GJ is pushing up here. Let's see. Does he have enough strength to push it all the way up here? Fill up this non-wick candle and then continue to tap, tap above the EMA here into our TP1 area, right? That'd be great if you can get there. Again, this could be a long run, guys. This could be a long run here, which would be nice, and it would complete the range right here. But again, we do have the New York session, New York opening approaching, a 4-hour candle closure coming up right after that, and then news, right? USD news coming up as well. So again, I'm trying to capture the TP hits, at least one or two prior to that. But once it hits TP1, right, we're going to trade, risk-free because we're going to adjust our stops, right? We don't want price coming right back in that zone. Let's see here. And it seems like GJ is not ready to move up yet. So it's still probably ranging, consolidating here, you can see. But one strong push here can do the trick. There's a new 5-minute candle coming up. Let's see how that opens up. Okay, any second now, we're gonna get the new 5-minute candle. Okay, here it opens up. Is there a wick on that candle? Yes, there is. Now, will it be stuck in this consolidation zone? Or is it going to push up above here? Right, if it gets that breakthrough above here, there's a non-wick candle here, fill here. And then it could tap the EMA above and tap into our TP1 target. So, let's see. but we are in profit. Actually, we're approaching the 2-hour EMA, very soon here. I think it may have tapped it. No, but nearly. And the next target would be the 4-hour EMA. A strong push here can do the trick here. But a nice clean entry here on GJ. Patiently waited many hours in and got that. And now USD CAD is coming down as well. So, see, it's just getting more exciting now. That's why I don't want to leave the stream, guys. It's getting very exciting here. Nice push. Nice. Look at that candle. Very clean. So now it crossed the 2-hour EMA, approaching the 4-hour EMA, and about to jump above this non-wick candle here. Right? Fill that in. If it fills that in, it's going to go right to the EMA now, next target. And then our TP1 would be hit as well right after that. So this could be a strong bullish candle here to close off the pre-New York session here, I guess. And now USD CAD is trying to make a push for it as well to close off New York session or pre-New York session with a bullish momentum here. Let's see. Okay, great. Yeah, you enter now. Okay, yeah, nice. The thing is, yeah, there's a 2-hour EMA here, but again, we're not closing the 2-hour candle very soon, right? So just didn't want to, the reason why I adjusted my stops one more time was just I didn't want to be tapped out here too early. You can see now if it comes right back in this zone here, right, it could come right back down. If our stops are very close here, we're going to be tapped out here. So that's why I want to adjust my stops if we do enter this, because the reversal is pretty large, right? So you could say it's 4-hour candle here, 4-hour time frame, even over here if you look at it, it's a pretty large range here. So I don't want to be tapped in too late, because our stops would have been maybe around the bottom end of this range. Now we have a little bit more breathing room beyond the bottom end of this range where price has reached, previously, just wicks here. So we still have 12, 13 pips above that area. So, but nonetheless, yeah, we're all anticipating that it's going to fly from here. So, all the best to everybody who has taken the setup. Looking to, fill this non-wick candle here and then tap the EMA and then hit the TP1 target. That would be ideal here. And then let's see the 2-hour candle here as well. So the 2-hour candle can come all the way up here. 4-hour can definitely reject the 4-hour EMA here and move up as well. And this whole candle right here, this whole bearish candle right here, can turn bullish here, right? And it'll be in a bullish engulfing candle all the way up here. So that can be something that can develop over the next hour and 20 minutes, if that is the case, right? So that would pretty much complete the full range here, the range trade here. It's nearly 100 pips, and it can happen in the next hour and 20 minutes, right? It's optimistic, but nonetheless, it is possible. So here's how the 5-minute candle closed. Now again, do we get this range right here? Right, so are we going to get this range, or this is going to push up from here, right, on the 50-minute candle. You can see it seems to be consolidating and potentially pushing down here. Let's see USD CAD here. I mean, USD CAD seems to be struggling, to push down here. Like, it's a big struggle here. Even though the current candle has no wick on the bottom end, but just struggling to push down. We may just need the New York opening, hopefully, to our advantage here. And now GJ seems to be rejecting here, so it could be in this, caught up in this range right here. But this is a full push down here. And this is what I was mentioning earlier. If I had my buy stops right here, and we just barely get tapped in, and boom, it goes all the way down, it could have really hurt our opportunity to, survive this setup. So 25 pips would be around right here, right? So that would be where price has already reached previously. And if this is in fact a range that's respecting here, hopefully not, then we would be stopped out here, right? But even then, additionally, now we have another almost 12 pips to survive if GJ does come down here, right? Let's see. Yep, look at GJ coming really, really fast right all the way down. Let's see here. Yeah, look at that wick. Wow. Still in profit, but barely. And we're going to get a 50-minute candle closure coming up. Yeah, big bearish push here from GJ. Wow. So looking at something like this right here. And USD CAD is pushing up. And we're about to approach a new 50-minute candle. Wow. Look at that. Wow. Okay. So that's how the 50-minute candle opened up. Wow. Yep. Just from when it was looking like could come right back down. So now we have 50 minutes left to go until New York opening. And what a strong push from GJ here. Right, that bearish momentum, I mean, nearly 90 plus pips now, and I think it could get to 100 pips, drop. Wow, what a strong bearish push. And USD CAD is still stuck in drawdown here. So GJ is approaching, the bottom end here of the range here. Now the question is, does it reach all the way down here? And how much further down? Right, we are approaching New York opening. And here comes USD CAD with the bullish pressure. Wow, what a turnaround of events here. Well, very strong bearish push here. I don't think the current candle has a wick, so no wick on the upside of the GJ candle here. So let's see that we have a decent amount of breathing room for GJ, so that's good. And that's why I adjusted my buy stops earlier, right? Safely, by the way. And now we could get this continuation upwards if this was, the final push down by GJ. It is caught up in this consolidation zone. So that's almost 22 pips here, right? So let's see. And USD CAD is almost at the top here, so that's not good. GJ on the other end, we're slightly in drawdown here. What is this? About 3 pips in drawdown. So we can certainly reach back, into profit, but is it going to come right back down, right? We are approaching New York opening as well, so have to consider those things. I may, just end up staying in New York opening as well. Let's just see. Let's just see what goes on with the USD CAD as well. I mean, USD CAD was what? How many pips away? About 4.5 plus pips away from being stopped out. I mean, it's still moving bullish. So let's see. Okay, here's GJ. We got 1 minute left to close off another 5-minute candle. And USD CAD. A lot of bullish pressure here prior to New York opening. And let's see. You just right down here. Yeah, this Monday has been just something else today. We don't get movement when we need it, and then the movement happens only when it's against us, right? So it's been an interesting Monday today. Let's see here. Okay, so we see a little bit of, wicking on the upside of USD CAD, but we are approaching, again, New York opening, right? So 9 minutes to go. This will be interesting. Now GJ may continue to move up here, right? But still in that range here. So it could come right back down as well. So let's see. Very close to breaking even on GJ, while USD CAD is still pushing up here. Right, a lot of bullish pressure on USD CAD. There you go. But again, still surviving this USD CAD setup here. Not too certain what will happen with New York opening push and the volume. But we'll see to that. And now we have less than 8 minutes left to, the New York opening kickoff. Let's see. About 7 pips in drawdown for GJ. It did give us about how many pips here? It gave us about 11, 12 pips in profit. But then just push right back into this consolidation zone right here. So stuck in this zone right now. Right, we could see it kick back up. Maybe tap the EMA, come back down again. But we'll have to see with the New York opening volume here. Right now USD CAD is coming back down. Let's see. So it did wick above here as well. Set a decent stop loss here for USD CAD, 17 pips for this 2 TP target here. Right, 34 pip target with TP1 17 pips away, and then 34 pips would be TP2. So everything is set decently. Just have to capture now the setups here. Let's see. So under 7 minutes left for London, New York opening, sorry. And we will see what happens. And we're, almost aiming at 6 hours of streaming today. So wow. I never hit 5 hours now. 6 hours might be hit as well. The same session here. So of course now we are streaming pretty much two sessions here now today. So New York, London and New York. Again, not sure how long I'll stay for New York. But let's see. Okay, so GJ is coming back into profit here. So anybody joining now, you can see these setups that we have. We tapped into both. One is USD CAD here, and one is GJ here. Yeah, September. Yeah. So September in terms of risk to reward. Is that your question, risk to reward, or how many wins versus losses, right? How many TPs were hit versus stop losses? Yeah, so I believe I answered this question on Friday as well. So we started, I think, the first 2 weeks with about 6 to 7%, and then ended off with 5%, and then over the last week was very slow, so we didn't trade 2 or 3 days last week, right? One was off stream as well, but I did send the chart out. So the latter 2 weeks, I believe, we dropped in percentage. So overall, I believe it's 3 to 4% gain over the month, right? But that also includes, right? So this is just a stream record, right? As far as taking every setup. So some setups, again, I do show during the stream, but we won't take unless, there's certain factors that we have to consider to take it, right? So factoring those in, but about 3 to 4%, I would say, right? So now we're starting fresh this month as well. So I hope you stay active during the streams now, and we can calculate per day, right? So each setup, yes, each setup that I do is a 1% risk, but may have multiple profit targets such as this, right? And this is exclusively for the stream. But at times, yeah, we may catch 2 TPs or 3 TPs as well, right? So, but each TP is 1%, right? Okay, so we're almost in New York opening now, and just under 2 minutes left. And so USD CAD is still in drawdown here. Let's see if it closes bullish or bearish here on the 1 hour time frame. And GJ here, on the other hand, let's see if it closes. I mean, it seems like it's going to close bearish here on the 1 hour, but let's see on the other time frames here. Yeah, it may. Oh, wow. That was just a quick push up here. How many pips was that? About 4 pips just instantly, but I think we're getting some just volume kicking in from, a minute before New York opening here. So let's see. Don't want to be stopped out either. But here is USD CAD, and here is GJ. So again, I did mention that, this whole setup could be complete within the next hour now. So before it was an hour, 20 minutes, but now it's an hour, because the 4 hour candle can close all the way bullish and reverse and become an engulfing bullish candle, right? Let's see how New York opens now. And John Doe, are you still on the stream? Are you actively watching the streams, by the way? Just curious to know. So, all right, here comes New York opening. Let's see. So no wick for either candle on one end. Okay, so that closed up. Let's see. Okay, we're getting a bullish push here on USD CAD. Okay, very strong bullish candle here on USD CAD. Would you say that's normal for a month? To be honest, for a month, right? Depending on what you're looking at, I mean, and what account size you're looking at, right? So if we're talking about 3 to 4% on a $100,000 account, that's 3 to 4,000, right? If you're looking at, depending on the account size and so forth, right? Now you have to realize that, for example, if we're looking at, for example, the first 2 weeks we were up 6 to 7%, right? So on an ideal account, I'll be withdrawing, right? So we're up 6 to 7% on the account, and I would tend to withdraw, whether it's weekly or bi-weekly, depending on if you're looking at brokers or if you're looking at, funding, prop firms, right? They have bi-weekly payouts, and then you have weekly payouts. So if you have a really good week, which we did, the first 2 weeks were just really really good. Even the third week was pretty nice. Last week was very sluggish, very slow. So we did get stopped out 2 or 3 times, but other than that, it's been very very nice. So I mean, very healthy weeks. So if we're looking at in that capacity, right? Some weeks you're gonna have really really amazing, right? So in those weeks, but just as a habit, you need to withdraw, right? So once you consider those factors, now let's just say if we're up 6 to 7% in the first 2 weeks, I withdrew 6 to 7% of the account balance, and I'm starting fresh again. And if the second 2 weeks went up to 3%, now you can imagine now 6 to 7% you withdrew in the first 2 weeks, and then the next 2 weeks you withdrew another 2 or 3%, let's say, and so you're up 9%, right? So withdrawing, being up for the month and withdrawing instead of compounding, can be, very different, right? So you have to consider that as well, right? And me personally, I like to withdraw, for my broker whenever I do get a really, really good few 2 3 days, I'll withdraw, right? And I'm going to show you guys one of my best months in a YouTube video that I'm working on right now. Right here, USD CAD is pushing up here. And GJ actually went into profit here slightly, but I'll just focus on the USD CAD setup because that's very close to drawdown here. If we can get a push down here and the 4 hour can close below, that'll be clean. But yes, John Doe, yeah, if you can be more regular and see for yourself, you can even try it on a demo account and see. But again, the aspect of withdrawing profits, whether it's weekly, bi-weekly, once you're at that point, right? Of course, if you're just trying to pass a challenge or you're just trying to just learn, that's a different story. But you need to incorporate the withdrawing aspect, or taking profits and taking them out, depositing them, and so forth, right? I meant withdrawing and then depositing into your own accounts. But nonetheless, yes, you need to incorporate that aspect as well, right? So on that perspective, let's say we were up 7%, we dropped to 3%. But if I was up 7% and I withdrew that in the first 2 weeks or first week, and then I started again with the same account balance and went up another 2-3%, I'll be up 10% in that case, right? And again, most firms, if you're trading with prop firms, they allow bi-weekly once you're a funded trader, and most brokers allow instantly. So I don't even need to wait, a whole week and I can withdraw, right? Okay, so USD CAD is very, very close to, the stops here. Now, will we have a reversal here, or will they push down here? Doesn't seem like a USD CAD just has bearish or bullish momentum right now, but could be that USD CAD comes right back into this range here and then pushes down. But don't have much breathing room right now. It's what, less than 2.5 pips now. 3 pips now, but it did reach up to that point. Okay, now GJ is in profit. Now pushing up. So again, I don't want to be caught up in this range again. So I have to make some changes here, right? So 1 and 1, second and second touch. Now the third touch is coming to the EMA, so it can reverse from here as well, right? Unless USD CAD does a reversal here, which it seems like it may, right? A complete push down here. Need a push, up here. It can definitely reach up here, right? Reach up here and then reverse back. And that's what I'm not looking forward to, unless it just bypasses this and continues up, right? If it can do that, if it can give us a little bit more breathing room above the EMA, at that point I'll be more comfortable to set, adjust the stops here. But until then, I'm not confident in adjusting the stops because I don't want to be stopped out in such a, great setup, a TP4 setup potentially, right? It needs to break out of this small consolidation zone here, right? So just this consolidation zone right here, break out of this and then push all the way up here, right? And again, if the 4-hour candle becomes an engulfing candle, a bullish engulfing candle, this can flip and go right to TP4, right, within the next hour. But again, that's being, very optimistic, very ambitious here. But let's see. Price can definitely do that. Okay, let's see. Okay, so USD CAD is still up there and GJ is still, seems like it's not done that bearish trend. But this is an important hour candle here, right? So because it's going to close out the 4-hour here. So if the 4-hour closes below the EMA now, that's going to be concerning. And if the hour continues bearish, then this is going to go right down, all the way down, potentially, right? So, or it can come down here beyond this bottom end of the range here and continue bearish. But if we can get that one reversal with the 1 hour candle that is bullish for GJ, that could change things. And need to see USD CAD here with a bearish candle here to close out the 4-hour candle here, but also need the 4-hour to close below here, right? But just not getting enough momentum here. But we need this this current candle, so it's a 4-hour candle here, which is going to close out in the next 50 minutes. We need to close out in this range, so to continue the move down, right? So that would be for USD CAD. Again, it's possible since all the 4-hour candles have closed within this range since the market opening. With GJ, huge push down of 90 plus pips, and now we're looking for the reversal here with the 4-hour closing above the EMA here, and then reversing and continuing up, right? So this is not getting enough push here, but let's see. Still surviving USD CAD here. while GJ is in profit, but slightly in profit. Oh, what happened here? Here. Alrighty. Again, just need one push up, bullish push here from GJ. It can really do some magic here and get us to the TP1 target, while USD CAD with one bearish push here can get us to the break-even mark, right? Which will be huge because GJ is just, USD CAD has just been all in drawdown since the beginning of being tapped in. That's all USD CAD has been doing. All right, so now we're approaching a new 15-minute candle in 4 minutes. So hopefully that can continue the bullish trend for a bullish push for GJ, while we can get a bearish engulfing candle for the current 15-minute candle, and then in the next 3 minutes continue that bearish push down. All right, so the New York opening pretty much in the first 15 minutes or first 12 minutes now pretty much just pushed it up further into drawdown, but let's see. Here comes GJ here. Let's see. Nice push. Again, I don't want to be tapped at the EMA and it continues back down. That's what I'm avoiding here, but let's see. This 15-minute candle closure will be interesting, and the new opening. Let's see. Nice push from GJ. Okay, come on, GJ. Oh, here's USD CAD. Okay, just under 2 minutes left for the 50-minute candle closure. GJ is just battling the entry zone here. And has room to move up here, but to at least the EMA, and then we could see a reversal here, but let's see if we can get a clean push up. And USD CAD is just pushing, continues to push up here, right? So that even the 15-minute close now, will it close as a wick or will it close above? I mean, it's pretty strong above here, so don't think it will be a reversal here, if anything. Okay. Okay, here we have the new 50-minute candle. And GJ just continues to push, or so USD CAD just continues to push up here. Close right above. If it doesn't reverse here, it's going to hit the stops here. Let's see. And here's GJ. No wick at the bottom. And now, okay, it has that. Will it continue up? Oh, here's USD CAD. Oh, so stopped out on USD CAD. Right? Not a great setup for a movement, but thought we had the 4-hour closure. Again, the 4-hour still can still close below here, right? But this setup was just not the one, unfortunately. So that's a wrap for USD CAD, guys. Unfortunately, we could not hit that. For GJ now is the only setup that's still active, and it can be a long setup here. It can bring us back into a profitable day if we get a clean push. Let's see. Here's a new 50-minute candle. It's coming up now. Let's see here. It's a tough Monday today, guys. Tough Monday to see. But again, if this trade goes valid here throughout, we'll have a profitable day, which is pretty interesting, right? To close off the day. But again, I'm not gonna be staying on for too long, guys. It's been, I don't know how long it's been. So we'll do the 6 hours. Another 6 minutes to go. 6 hours of streaming, and then we'll see. Right, so it's kind of been like a back-to-back from London to New York session here. Alrighty. So yeah, USD CAD is a lost cause for now, and there's news coming, so there's no point of re-entering here. It's too late to do that. For GJ, on the other hand, again, it could come back up, and this current candle can turn into an engulfing candle and push up all the way to TP4, right? Which would mean we'd be up, not only break even, but be up 2%. Let's see. Yeah, so it's probably going to tap the 5-minute EMA here, and then we're going to have to see if it reverses here. Let's see. Now you can see now the 4-hour can reject the 4-hour EMA here, and the next 4-hour candle can continue up. But again, if this current candle has a lot of movement left to it, this whole section right here, 40 plus pips here, can reverse here with this current 4-hour candle, which is still has 40 minutes to go, and then turn into an engulfing candle, bullish engulfing candle, always TP4, right? But again, if it doesn't happen that fast now, we could anticipate that the next 4-hour candle can continue bullish and tap into our TP4 target. And then I'll be looking for the reversal here once it reaches this zone. Right, and this is the idea here. 1 to 1. Got the 2 touch. We're anticipating the second touch up here, but just dropped here 90 plus pips. So I'm not sure why that's the case, but came right back down, and we can anticipate that now this can touch all the way up here, and then get it up here, and then we can look for the sell stops all the way down here. All right, so that's kind of what I'm looking at. And look, USD CAD, what tapped us out, how many pips? Although again, I don't, 0.6 pips. If it continues all the way down, I mean, wow, that's a tough, wow, look at that. And look at GJ now, so it's nearly gonna tap the, has no wick again. So see, this is concerning now. It can come right back down again. Oh, big push here. But you see this current candle has no wick, right? So that's the issue here. So it can come right back down after tapping the 5-minute EMA. And the 5-minute EMA still has a long distance to go. We have 4 minutes left on that. So it can come right back down. Unless it pushes through here and continues upwards here. But we are again approaching the 4-hour candle here. Candle closure here. So let's see. Alrighty, guys. Seems like it filled up the non-wick candle, but did not tap the EMA yet. So it may come back to tap the EMA and then reverse here. So let's see. But again, the 4-hour candle is coming as well to a close very soon. So it could, move up above the EMA here and continue that push up. So I'm going to hold on to the setup. And there is a question here. So if you're up 6%, well, so the only difference it would be is in terms of the psychological aspect, right? So what you want to do sometimes is in terms of psychology, right? So if you withdraw in psychology, you may take less setups, to close off the week, right? Now, certain weeks are going to be slower, so you have to anticipate for that as well. So if you had 2 good weeks, you may slow down and take less setups the next week, right? Once you withdraw. But psychologically, oh wow, look at that big push. Okay, so it's tapping the EMA now. It may come right back down. Wow. See, that's the push I was waiting for as well. So if it does not come back and it just continues through, this will be a clean touch. And you can see now if USD CAD comes down from this perspective, guys, we were, oh my God, what is this? Like 0.7 pips. Oh, that's gonna be that's gonna be painful. That will be painful to see if USD CAD drops all the way down here, right? Am I taking the setup again? No, but if this is a big bearish push here, I may consider this. Oh, wow. Look at that. And now GJ has, what, 4 minutes left. We're looking at closing another, for another 50-minute or 30-minute candle here. But the push is nice, though. Right? We got the 2-hour, past the 2-hour EMA. Now, we're just getting above the 4-hour here as well. So you can see now, we could have another strong push to turn this bearish engulfing candle into a bullish engulfing candle, right? And I've been talking about this throughout the stream. Let's see. Nice push here. But yes, to answer that question, yes. So yes, there's a psychology aspect of trading. So that's where the withdrawing aspect would take place. And then you have to anticipate that there may be one slow week of the month. And if you don't capture that slow week, then maybe that's a good time to, once you withdraw, maybe you want to be more patient with the setups. But at the same time, I have to remind you guys, not only, speaking to you, but just generally, I am taking more setups throughout different sessions as well, right? So the streams, just the streams itself, may not be the best indication of a overall percentage, because you're only trying to take the the setups that come within that session, right? And I'm not saying forcing it, you still be patient with it, but they may not always be the case, right? And so you have to consider in your percentage at some point in time, you have to evolve and understand that it won't always happen in that given session, right? If you're only trading that session with that pair, fair enough. But in the stream, you have to realize I'm also only trying to take the 1-to-1 mostly, right? Yes, there will be some setups like this, but this is not an ideal session because I moved in from London to New York session today. So that's why we're looking at this larger setup. But ideally, I'm looking for 1-to-1 setup only with 1% risk, right? During the London session streams. So, and that's only to, kind of guide and mentor. But at the same time, you'll still be profitable, right? With just the streams alone. But to capture a better win percentage or capture a better risk to reward ratio, you have to look at it holistically and potentially enter larger ranges and so forth, right? So what I'm doing off the streams, actually has the real percentage of what I'm really gaining or losing, right? And capturing these 1-to-4s, like for example, today we lost 2%, and now this can capture back, 4%, which would mean it'd be a profitable day with this setup to complete. So you have to consider all those factors as well. So just alone from streaming, it may not be the best case scenario at times, even though you'll be profitable. But you have to consider that, right? So, and that's why I'm promoting the live streams, because I want people to understand the system and this range ideology, but there's certain rules that I don't even define within this, even the trade management aspect and everything that's found in my course. But yes, it was a great question though. Okay, so now we are just shy of, just slightly above the 4-hour EMA, but we are closing another 4-hour candle in about 30 minutes. So what I'm looking for now is I'm looking for this to completely push up here, right? That's what I'm looking for. I need that strong push above here, and this to be a bullish 4-hour candle here, right? But am I going to get that? I don't know. We have a half an hour left to go. It can definitely push up all the way up there. I mean, nice close right there. So nice 5-minute or 30-minute close here, right at the top here. So it can definitely continue up, and this be a clean right up, right? Clean ride. Okay, guys, I'm not gonna be entering USD CAD, but I'll definitely be looking at this since this is my third setup right now, right? So for anybody that's just joined or thinking of this, you know, you can take a look at it. I mean, I was just a half pip shy, 0.7 pips, you know, that we got stopped out with, but I'm not gonna consider that because there are some high, fundamental events, um, high impact fundamental events approaching for USD. So that could affect, this overall setup. So I won't be entering that, but I'll definitely be looking at it to see, did we just get, stopped up by 0.7 pips for this pair to come all the way down to TP2, right? So let's see. We'll evaluate that right here, right? Okay. And here comes GJ. So again, I mentioned to you guys, it's becoming more a reality now that USD CAD can come all the way up here. Sorry, GJ can come all the way up here and become a bullish engulfing candle right to TP4 in the next 27 minutes or so, right? This is a long shot here, but this was called well before the setup being formed, and now it's becoming a reality here. Let's see. Yeah, great question again. So, will I get 2% if you hit TP2? Exactly. So, again, this is a 1-to-4 risk to reward ratio. So, this is not a setup that I would normally take during a stream because, again, I'm only going for a 1-to-1 setup normally, right? 1-to-2 sometimes. But again, the streams are only as a guidance to show that my strategy works. But to fully develop the strategy and understand the system, you would need to take the course because there's more details involved. How to manage the trade, exactly how to take the risk to reward ratio, how to vary that within the range, given range, right? Medium size, small size, large size for the different pairs that I trade. And I only trade pretty much two pairs, GJ and USD CAD. Right, for this setup now, yes, it's a 1-to-4. So I have one position open, right? And I would take off 25% in each one, right? So that's how I would capture the 4%. But it's a 1-to-4, but I'm taking off, and it's only one position, and I'm taking off 25% at each TP, right? Does that make sense? So let's say I had 4 lots open for just one TP. I have 16 lots open, and I'm closing 4 lots each time I hit TP, right? But this is again a setup that I won't be doing, during the streams. I'm only capturing 1-to-1, so normally you only see the 1%. Sometimes I'll let runners run to TP2, um, or do a 1-to-2 trade, but um, you know, and you'll see maybe closing 50% at TP1 and so forth, and closing the remaining amount, or closing another 50%, then letting the runners run. That's just because I want to capture a setup during the stream, to show you guys that the strategy works, right? But beyond that, this is a much bigger game. Trading is a much bigger game beyond that, right? Yeah, and I hope I was clear on that point. It's a very, very important point. Right, so we're about to approach TP1 here. So yes, I will be closing 25% here. But again, if I'm uncertain about the setup, right? Let's say if it's a 1-to-4 setup, right? And I'm uncertain because of maybe, fundamental events, or EMA tap, let's say, and there's a reversal here, right? I don't feel confident. I might close out more percentage at that time, right? Which would reduce my percentage exactly. Correct. Yeah, if you do take partial, exactly, that is true. But um, at the same time, you can still capture. Let's say if this is a TP4 setup here, right? You can still capture up to maybe 3% of the setup, even by going by that percentage amount, taking 25% off, right? The idea is that you want to capture profits at every take profit, right? That's a rule, that I have, especially, right? You want to take off, depending on how large the range is, you want to take that off. So let's just say we slice off each partial and we only get the benefit of 3 take profits, right? So let me just move this here. Let's say we just get the benefit of 3, but we have a TP4 target here, right? That's without letting runners run. We have to include that as well as a side note. But let's say because of taking partials, we only get 3% up. That's fine as well, right? So first, understand how large the range is, and understand what a large, medium size, and small range is for your pair. So this is according to my strategy. Secondly, understand how you want to adjust your stops. And thirdly, how much percentage do you want to gain on that setup, ideally, right? So considering all those points, you can gain at least 8% less than what you have as a TP, right, target. But yes, you need to take profits at each take profit. That's crucial. And the other aspect is about letting runners run. Um, that also allows you to gain some extra percentage as well, right? Beyond your take profits. So I believe right here, this is Friday's setup here that I sent, to all the groups, or the telegrams and Instagrams, where, and Twitter, where I posted this setup here and explained the whole setup here. And then also we had a 2 TP setup here, but we had let runners run. So you have to incorporate that aspect as well, right? Which can bring up your percentage to the point of where your TP is as well, right? So for example, if we have a 3 TP setup here and we had let runners run, beyond that, maybe at TP3 we wouldn't have 3%, right? Because we take partials at each point, but because the let runners run, that captures our percentage missed out, right? So that's a component as well of the setup here. Okay, so G just stalling here. Mm. But as far as like taking partials, I recommend, especially newer traders, newer learners, for a system, I recommend 50% at least. And if it's a 1-to-1, of course you remove everything, but at least 50% off at each TP. And that's just good practice to take profit at each level. Beyond that, letting runners run, properly adjusting your take profits, and key levels within your range. That's also something that I really emphasize. And there's also something else you have to consider as well, right? So let's say we take some at TP1, the trade comes right back in, right? Remember, because a lot of times you can see there's range within range is going on as well, right? So sometimes you have to consider that you can trade the smaller range and then trade the larger range as well. So you can capture that TP1 here, and maybe close off the full setup here. But at the same time, if you're following the small range to larger range, you're going to end up getting potentially the full aspect as well, right? So you may actually gain more percentage by doing that. And that's called the range within the range. So there's a lot of ways to make different percentage. You should primarily focus on, just that percentage aspect, right? Yes, if you're asking about what's your winning percentage, that's a different story. But it's not all about that. It's about the risk to reward. It's about taking partials, because that's a huge part of become profitable, right? A lot of traders may not take the TP1, TP2 because they want the full shot, and they end up losing everything, right? So it's good practice. Just because it is TP4, it doesn't mean it's going to be 4%, but you have to incorporate runner's aspect. You have to incorporate the smaller range within the range. So when I do individually trade, I trade smaller ranges and larger ranges at the same time as well, right? So you may end up getting more percentage than what you're looking for. So it's an amazing system, amazing strategy, and it works. You can try it with any Forex pair, as far as my understanding is, and you'll see this move play out all the time because the markets repeat this. Consolidation happens everywhere. All right, so it seems like the 4 hour won't close, as I had hoped it would. I mean, unless, the next 14 minutes, something crazy happens with GJ. But, you know, um, I can, I can see that maybe GJ will close above the EMA, then come back down, maybe create another wick, and then come back up, right? So that's what I can anticipate with GJ. Now the only challenge is that if it continues bearish with the current candle, you can see how it's rejecting the 1 hour EMA. Now will it reject all the way down? And then maybe the next 4 hour candle continues bearish, right? So that's what I have to watch out for. But I guess, guys, I will wrap up the stream here. It's been, I think, yeah, it's almost 6.5 hours. Wow, it's a long time. But I'm gonna see to this now because the way the 4 hour is closing here, it may close bearish here, so I may have to put stops at break even here, considering how the next 5 minute closes, or the next, until maybe the last 5 minutes of the 4 hour closes, and then I'll adjust it. Yeah, guys, if GJ is not closing off correctly in the next 5 minutes or so, I may adjust the stops at break even, wait for the new 4 hour candle to maybe continue bearish, and then set the buy stops at the same point here. Right, with USD CAD now you can see that yes, it definitely broke above now. So I mean, even though it's like what 3.5 pips, but still, right? It may continue bullish, and GJ still have to watch out for, right? So I'm gonna actively watch out for this, and that's the thing that you have to do here, right? We have to make sure, especially coming around this time with the high impact news coming up, have to take profits along the way, or clear them, or adjust your stops. Especially in New York session, there's always something going on in New York session. So guys, I'll leave it here then. Again, the setup is still very active. I'm still watching this actively, but I'll leave it here. Hope you guys enjoyed this stream. Safe trading as always, and I'll see you guys tomorrow during London session. Take care and goodbye.